I'm male, 31, from a shitty part of Eastern Europe. This happened while I was working as a security guard in 2014. 1 or 2 months, I can't remember exactly the dates. It was cold and icy, but it wasn't snowing. I was working on facility for sewage water treatment. It was big, roughly the size of a football stadium, and it was on the edge of the city with the first houses, about 1 kilometer's air distance. And the facility was on the end of a small road. Around there were some wooded areas and farm like pieces of land, and behind that, a large river. My shift was from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m., 16 hours. 4 p.m. is when the last workers got out, and you were all alone until the end of the shift. To make things worse, there was a makeshift guardhouse that was basically an old container with a door and one window, a few chairs, a table, and an old TV. My job was to walk around the perimeter every 1 to 2 hours. Funny thing is that it was such a large and state-of-the-art facility with one guy guarding it without a gun or any kind of protection. Fast forward to around 1 or 2 a.m. I'm sitting in the guardhouse watching some shitty old movie when I heard some noise, like something had fallen on the ground. My first thought was that cats maybe knocked some stuff, since other security guard that worked there fed some strays, so they were coming back often. So I put my jacket on and went outside to check. Something I forgot to mention was the sound of machines that were there. It wasn't loud enough to damage your ears, but it was loud and filling the air outside and all around. I went outside and circled behind the guardhouse in direction of the thuds I heard. A few seconds later, from that direction, I heard an incredible scream. So strong it deafened the sounds of all the machines that were there. When I tell this to people, I can't explain how strong and long that scream was. I was paralyzed for some short time. I couldn't move any part of my body. When I got to my senses, I just turned around and went back in guardhouse, stood in there some time. The scream came from the right side of the entrance, and it was behind the metal fence as far as I could understand. When I collected myself, I put my mobile phone on recording in my front jacket pocket and took some metal bar I found inside, opened the gate, and went behind the fence 20 to 30 meters into darkness, because I wanted it to happen again so I had proof. But nothing happened, and I went back and locked myself in the guardhouse. The next hour passed, and I realized all the time I was in shock, confused, really strange feeling. Like something happened to me, but I wasn't yet aware what exactly had happened. In the direction where that scream came from is a long meadow and some trees and a river, nothing else. I called it a scream because I don't really know what else to call it. It wasn't a typical scream. It was high, but not too high-pitched. But it was strong, my God. I felt like it pierced me. A few days after that, I started to retain a little bit of memory of that exact moment. And I can't explain or see the full picture, but I think it was something white in the distance. That's all I remember what I saw, but sounded is something that will stay with me forever. We don't have mountain lions or cougars, anything like that. Two animals that can scream are foxes and peasants, and I spent many hours listening on them and couldn't find anything similar. Both animal noises are much shorter and weaker, and the pitch was off. All in all, after that, I felt confused, like I'm still missing some memory due to shock. And I can't remember much, just some white thing. I, female 23, live with my parents. Our house is 3 floors. We live on top. The rest is storage and a commercial kitchen. I'd say we have a nice house. Only the top floor is where we reside, with 2 bedrooms and a kitchen. The first paranormal encounter I had was when my parents left me overnight. I was fine with it. It only happened a few times. Just me and my dog, Ginger. I usually just keep the lights and sounds up since I'm alone and not too comfortable, but manageable. Well, later that night, Ginger and I were in my bedroom watching TV. She started barking at the door that connects to the other bedroom. I know dogs sense these things. Slightly afraid, I just tried to calm her down and put the music on higher. Then she just laid on the bed, facing the door. Then, clear as day, I heard my mom's voice call out, "Ginger?" It sounded slightly muffled by the closed door. I know I wasn't hearing things because Ginger's ears perked up and she looked at the door as well. I freaked out and just ran out of the house. It was midnight, and I was like 5% and chatting with my boyfriend about how scared I was. I called my dad and even asked if I could spend the night in a hotel because I was really scared going back there myself. I even took sleeping pills earlier, but it didn't work at all. Eventually, a family friend came over and it was fine. In the second incident, I was in the kitchen cooking dinner or something. My dad was in my bedroom and my mom was in her own room. And I heard her calling my other dog, Nugget. It sounded like she was calling my dog in a slightly frantic manner. It got me curious, so I started calling out to her. No response. I thought she was outside the house and I called out to her again, and she came out of the bedroom asking what was up, and I thought she was outside. I asked her if she was calling my dog and she didn't say a word at all that night. The latest incident was today. Both my parents left me early in the afternoon. I was going to bake and they were going to the market. They took both the dogs, so I was left alone. 5 minutes after they left, I heard a voice coming out of my mom's empty room again. I pretended not to hear in a belief inside that if I don't react, it would probably think that I am aware. I didn't hear what it said. It sounded like the voice of my mom again. This happened years ago, when I was about 6 years old. I'm 22 now. I still can't get it out of my head. When I was little, I and my siblings will all get into my parents' bed and watch a movie with them until we fall asleep. I remember going into the room and immediately feeling uneasy, but I didn't say anything as it was dark and I figured I was just scared of the dark. We settled in to watch the movie, and a few minutes later, in my parents' dresser, I saw a man standing there. I was frozen with fear. I didn't speak and would occasionally sneak glances to where he was standing. He was an older man with an unreadable expression on his face. He wasn't moving and stood in the same spot. The next morning, my dad informed us his dad had passed away. My dad had a dream where his dad had come to say goodbye to him before he got the news of his passing. I'd never met my grandfather before, and immediately I heard the news, I knew it was him I saw the night before, and looking at pictures further confirmed it was him. I've never told anyone this, and 16 years later, this encounter still haunts me. So my family have been experiencing some very strange but small things as of late. It all started with electronics being turned off randomly. Specifically things with switches, so lights and toys, but especially the radio in the kitchen, which we always have on. Everyone knows not to turn it off, so when it started happening, it was quite confusing. Next was my sister's and my mum's walking apps and monitor. My sister would wake up to a notification saying she has walked between 2,000 plus steps between the hours of 2 and 5 am, and the location set to just our house. She isn't a sleepwalker either, so it was quite confusing. But then the same thing started happening to my mum's step counter gadget thing. She'd wake up and it would have a few thousand steps on it despite resetting in the night before. Unfortunately, one morning my sister woke to find a crack on her phone screen and a notification from her walking app saying she didn't do that many steps this time. She sleeps on the floor, so dropping her phone in her sleep was out of the question. But we laughed a little, saying the ghost had gone for another walk around the house and dropped it at some point, and cut its fun short out of guilt. I felt bad for it actually, as it probably didn't mean to drop it. Well, the ghost has gotten a little more dexterous and is unplugging things now. Yet again, first was the kitchen radio, then extension cords and chargers. These things are in hard to reach areas with heavy furniture in front of them, so it's very obvious it wasn't the kids, and just today, my dad's computer was completely detached from all power sources. Now, all of us in my family know not to mess with my dad's computer, so it was very obvious who had done it. We had a bit of a giggle. We don't know why it's happening, but it's a harmless ghost so far. My mum's Christian and has made it very clear it isn't welcome if it tries anything harmful, and she prays a lot, so hopefully that's keeping other not so nice things at bay. We've all speculated it's a ghost in training, testing out its strengths and what it can and can't do. It's kind of cute. I just got back from a week-long vacation last night, and the same activity from the house I was staying in is going on at my apartment. I apologise in advance for any incoherence in what I say, because I haven't gotten much sleep the last week. The house we stayed at in was gorgeous, and since my entire extended family was staying there, 18 people, it was absolutely massive. It was split into two parts. The old side of the house, roughly just a basement, studio, and 3 bedrooms upstairs, and the newer side. I'm not going to go into much detail about the newer side as no paranormal activity took place there, but it was a gorgeous house. I shared a room with my girlfriend, and since we were the last to arrive, we got the worst room in the house. Not only did we get the smallest room in the house, it was about 10 by 10 feet, it was also on the old side of the house, directly in front of the basement stairs. As I had been driving for 6 hours that day, I was pretty tired, so I said hello to everyone and quickly got into bed to go to sleep. It was around 11 PM when my girlfriend and I got into bed. She's lucky in the sense that she can just fall asleep just about anywhere in 5 minutes, so she was asleep within seconds. I had a weird, uneasy feeling in my chest. Not necessarily a scary feeling, just that annoying, alert feeling you get when you feel like something is watching you. To help ease myself, I hopped right down into a YouTube rabbit hole. About an hour into my journey, I could tell that my girlfriend was having a nightmare, so I put my hand on her arm to gently wake her up. But as soon as I touched her, she bolted awake, screaming, mumbled the ghost, and immediately went back to sleep. I had just started to get tired, and safe to say, I was sufficiently creeped out at this point. So back down the rabbit hole I went. About 2 hours went by when my girlfriend woke up screaming, again saying, "The footsteps are close," and passed out immediately. I decided I'm not going to sleep that night and went right back to YouTube. Another hour passes and I see my girlfriend sit up in bed, but she was still asleep. She moved so she was sitting on the edge of the bed and started having a conversation with the corner of the room. She eventually laid back down, but not before I was absolutely terrified. Activity died down after the first night, usually just creaks on the floor or knocks on the wall or door. The only other standout event besides movement around the room happened on the second to last night when something sat down on the edge of my bed. My first thought was that my cat jumped on the bed, but I remembered I wasn't at my apartment and sat up just in time to see the indentation lift up off the edge of the bed. It couldn't have been my girlfriend, as she was on the opposite side of the bed and nowhere near where the indentation happened. Also, the bed I was staying in was as firm as a rock, so it was challenging to push that far down into it. Fast forward one more sleepless night, and I'm on my way home. After a long day of driving, I got back and settled down with some Netflix. My girlfriend had plans to hang out with her friends, so she was out most of the night. I thought I'd finally get a break from the spooky stuff when my dog and cat both started tracking something around my apartment. The way their heads were moving, whatever they saw was moving fast. Now I've seen them track bugs before, but neither of them really focus on it too much. Usually just huff and ignore it, but this was different. Poppy, my dog, started growling when whatever it was moved into the corner of the room. My cat, Anna, jumped up right next to me on the couch while Poppy growled at the corner and started to slowly back up towards me. After a full week of crap like this, I wasn't even scared anymore, just pissed off and tired because it likes to keep me from falling asleep. Poppy and Anna both track the thing moving out the corner towards us, so she starts acting like crazy. After I get her to stop barking, I heard a growl come from the center of the room. It was pretty high-pitched, like a small dog or a girl. Judging by where my pets were tracking, it looked like it was very short, very fast, and could jump up on the table and counters. I stood up, stared in its general direction and said, "Please leave." I got a huge wave of chills and got goosebumps in places I didn't know I could get them. But I said it again much louder and more stern this time, while opening my front door to let it out. Whatever it was got really upset. It didn't do anything, but I could feel a lot of anger. My pets tracked it moving towards the door, so I thought I was in the clear. About 2 minutes later, my dog starts barking at the corner of the room where the door is, while my cat is on full alert, staring at the same place. At this point, I just give up and hope it just leaves me alone since it hadn't been violent yet, just annoying. Poppy eventually fell asleep at my feet, and Anna had run into the other room, occasionally poking her head out the door to look in and immediately spring back into the room. I just gave up on dealing with it at this point. I put my earbuds in to block out the knocks on the walls and watched some YouTube. I decided to stay up until my girlfriend got back to let her know what was happening. But whatever it was, took this as an opportunity to mess with me. I was laying on my couch and kept feeling something poking me every 5 minutes. Not hard, just constant pokes on my arms and legs and feet. After this went on for a while, it pulled up on my nostrils. Again, I just ignored it because I learned it just gets worse if I engage with it. Whenever something like this would happen, I could feel the apartment get much colder, despite my thermostat saying it was 72 degrees. After hours of knocking, poking, pulling, and the occasional arm brush, my girlfriend finally got home. The second she got through the door, I could tell whatever it was left, as I had no uneasy feeling, there was no more weird noises. So I had one of the most restful nights I've had in over a week. The Swedish have a term for this. Varduga, also known as Vardvile or Vardiga, is a spirit predecessor in Scandinavian folklore. Stories typically include instances that are nearly deja vu in substance, but in reverse, where a spirit with the subject's footsteps, voice, scent, or appearance and overall demeanor precedes them in a location or activity, resulting in witnesses believing they've seen or heard the actual person before the person physically arrives. So I've experienced this with my mom and myself. My mom makes a lot of noise when she comes home. Garage door, loud footsteps going upstairs, and keys being hanged. One day, my mom came home and went upstairs. I called her name and she didn't answer. Next thing you know, the garage door opens and there goes my mom through the door. This is when I was super confused because I was like, who the heck just went upstairs? It can't be my sister. She's over there watching TV. It's also weird on my part because other people have claimed to have seen me before I arrived. Like one night I got home late and rang the doorbell. My sister opened the door and looked at me with a weird expression. I know I opened the door for you 5 minutes ago. And I'm like, no, I just got here. What are you talking about? I am absolutely fucking perplexed right now. So, I moved into a new apartment last August. It's this gorgeous old hotel from the 20s, which was converted into apartment complexes. Definitely has some Stanley Overlook vibes, though not as massive. Upon moving in, I jokingly commented to the manager about how I bet it's haunted, and she deadpan told me, no, it actually is. She said they are good spirits, but that there's countless stories, and every tenant who's been here long enough has one. She's a pretty esoteric woman, so I don't take it entirely seriously, but it definitely piqued my interest. Talking to another tenant, he told me that the day he moved into his apartment, the entire place was completely empty and clean, as expected, except for a single ancient newspaper clipping on their refrigerator from the 40s or something, about a woman who killed herself jumping off the top floor fire escape, the floor his apartment is on. I looked it up and found the article online as well. Apparently that top floor is where the majority of the activity is. Anyway, I digress a little. So, upon moving in, I borrowed a drill from my friend who lives a few floors above me. I brought it down to my apartment, opened my door, set it down, went to do something else, came back to use it and it vanished. I searched everywhere. If it were my drill, I wouldn't have put half the effort in, but I had just borrowed it. And it was a nice drill, so obviously I felt liable for losing it. I searched in every nook and cranny of my apartment. I literally tore the place apart, completely moved my bed frame, looked inside every single drawer, looked even in the fridge, microwave, oven, etc. Places that I know I wouldn't have placed it, but just in case. After I couldn't find it at all, I theorized that maybe I didn't bring it into my apartment in the first place, and set it down outside to unlock my door. However, it wasn't outside, so I thought maybe somebody walked by and stole it. I asked the building handyman to look over the security tapes. He did, and told me that other than me, there was nobody else in front of my apartment in the time period that I said it went missing. He didn't show me the tape though, so the absolute only logical explanation I could come to was that he stole it himself and is just saying nobody else was there. Of course, though, I was joking with my friends about how there's a drill poltergeist in my apartment. So that's more or less what I believed. Until today. I pulled out from under my bed this small pedal board case I have, in order to get my guitar case behind it, but it felt heavier than it should have, given that it should be empty. I've pulled this thing out several times in the past year since I keep all of my guitar cases under my bed, but only now did I notice the weight to it. I open it up, and there it is, the fucking drill. Nonsensically in my pedalboard case of all places. There's absolutely no reason I would have ever put it in there. I was not drinking or inebriated at all the day I borrowed it. I also have had my carbon monoxide detector checked. The effort I would have to go through to go under my bed, get out the case, put it in, and put it back under when I knew I was going to use it that day makes it too irrational for me to have done. So yeah, I don't know. I have a drill poltergeist, I guess. It also is peculiar to me how I found the drill on the first day of the month I moved in 1 year ago, and I'm not sure that's just a coincidence. I just want to start out by saying I have never had a paranormal encounter in my life. I was always fairly skeptical. My last year of college definitely changed that. We always had the little weird stuff like hearing footsteps and chairs moving around in our kitchen. We always thought, lol, our apartment is haunted. After that, we began asking around about the building we lived in. Turns out, the girls who lived in the apartment next to us had to move out because they began seeing a man staring in their window every single night. This could be chalked up to some weird stalker dude. However, we lived on the 3rd floor. Shortly after hearing this, I had the most terrifying experience of my life. I was sleeping in bed when I felt something tickling the bottom of my right foot. Right when I became fully aware of what was going on, I felt something jump on the bed with me and sit on my chest, while also holding my arms down. I was a heavyweight wrestler in high school, and I've never felt something hold me down this strong in my entire life. I began to struggle and try to scream simultaneously, but I felt as though something was also covering my mouth. Next, I felt deep, painful scratches on the tops of my feet and arms bilaterally. It's hard to explain, but I felt them very deeply. Not just on the skin, but rather further down into my tissue. No matter what I did, I couldn't scream or get free from this force. Eventually, it let up, and I was able to sit up on my bed and turn on my light. I'm normally a very neat person, but I woke up to a completely destroyed room. My TV was laying face down on the floor with notes ripped out of my notebooks and strewn all over the place in my room. I now fear that since I've moved home, the entity has followed me. Does anyone have any advice as to what I should do? I would chalk this up to sleep paralysis, but due to the physical evidence, I can't convince myself that it is. I've recently moved into this new house built by my parents, and since then, I've started seeing stuff from the corner of my eyes. Weird black or white shadows or warps. I literally thought I was starting to have schizophrenia. I have to mention that I'm used to ghosts and such. At my old house, I was probably haunted by a poltergeist. I was hearing loud banging from the closet, hard footsteps, voices right next to my ear, and things would randomly fall, scaring the shit out of me. Anyways, I've tried to communicate with the current spirit one night, and when I asked what does it want from me, the ghost stopped messing around with me for that night. Literally earlier, I saw a hand above my head in the mirror for a fraction of a second, and then I felt like I was being tickled. I thought the ghost never tried to hurt me or anything. The thing is, I read online that demons sometimes try to cover themselves as good ghosts. And another thing that happened after I started seeing stuff in the corner of my eyes was that I started feeling emotional and physically drained for no reason. Does anybody know what is messing with me? And what should I do? So, for as long as I can remember, whether we've lived away or in the family house, if you will, we've had family caused paranormal activity. Like my grandpa turning my toys on when I was little, until my dad said to stop because my mom was freaking. Same thing happened when I moved in with my grandma. Only thing is that my great grandma and my great grandpa a few years later after he passed would get in on it too. Never felt bad, it was just always comforting or fun. My great grandma would turn on the living room TV and they'd all watch over us, so it was all cool. However, after we did a reno on the interior of the house, we started to feel them a bit less, but they were still there. The issue that comes in is what else had decided to come here. After the reno, the thing that started to happen was when walking down the hallway from the dining room, you get the awful panicked feeling that you have to run. I'm someone who, when my fight or flight kicks in, I tend to fight. This, however, makes me want to full sprint to my room. Feels like something is hovering right behind you, just about to grab you. This is a feeling that is felt by all five of us in the house, and one of the few that you never see, but feel. I'll preface this by saying that this has been happening for a few years, and yes, we have checked the whole carbon monoxide thing. Within a few months, all the rest started showing up as well, and they are all easily recognisable by the part of the house they inhabit and what they do. I'll just list them to make it easier to keep track of. Entity number 1. The one previously mentioned that takes up the hallway leading to my room. Feels like you're being chased, and no matter whether you run or fight when faced with a threat, it'll make you run. Has never been seen, just felt. Is known by every resident of the house. Entity number 2. The one that is no longer present, presumably, but used to be in the smaller of the two bathrooms. My sister is the only one that experienced this one, and got her so bad, my dad grabbed his gun, thinking there was actually someone in the house. She used to have my room, which is in a corner of the house. On the other wall, all of that corner is the wall to the hallway and where the door to the bathroom is. She heard some kind of singing coming from it, and it freaked her out so much. She ran screaming and crying to our parents' room. No one saw anything, but she was around 7 when it happened. She swears she was fully awake and that it wasn't just some night terror, and she has no recollection of ever needing to get up from a bed a second time to run. She wasn't the one that ever sleepwalked either. This was a one-time deal, and we don't know what it was or where it went, but maybe connected to the next one. Entity number 3. Recurring in my sister's dreams. There's a girl around her age, close to 15, that mostly tends to comfort her, just sort of laying and running her fingers through her hair and whatnot. However, there are the occasions where this very girl will be screaming at my sister in the dream. Something to note is that the screaming side doesn't ever show, unless my sister is about to have a nightmare. My sister still sees her and herself, and everyone that knows about it seems to think that she is an entity. May not hurt to keep around, but should still be wary of her, just in case. The reason the second entity might be connected to this one is because the singing my sister heard from the second entity was from a little girl. So I don't know, they might be the same. I haven't mentioned this to her yet, but might. Entity number 4. This is the most curious one that stands in the corner of the living room by the front door. If ignored, it will just sort of stand there and be gone when you look back. However, if you acknowledge it, it will start peeking around the corners of the house, watching you. It stands at, I want to say, 6'7", is lanky, and just sort of leans its head out with its hands grabbing the corner of one of the props it up to the wall. When it gets like this, it does something the others have never or almost never done. That is, jiggling the doorknob. It does this until you go to open the door, where you'll see it peeking the next corner you happen to see. If it isn't too close, of course. Acknowledging it here will just cause it to bug you all night until the sun starts to rise. Ignoring it here will cause it to leave you alone the rest of the night, as well as everyone else that I'm aware of. Some things to note is that if someone else acknowledges it, it may choose to bug someone else. It tends to do this if it gets a physical and audible reaction from those who initially acknowledged it, so it goes to see who else it can get. The acknowledgement condition seems to only apply to my sisters and I, as we're the only ones it shows interest in if we make it obvious that we see it. This one is also different from the others, as it'll go anywhere in the house, no matter what, if you show it that it saw you. Entity number 5 resides in the kitchen. This one will rarely act outside of a specific condition being met. It acts simply too. Sitting at the breakfast bar facing the dining room, there is a painting where you can see your reflection of the glass when it's dark. Rarely, you'll see it behind you. This one is broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, which tapers down into the hips and whatnot. You'll never see anything past its presumably belt line. As for the last condition, it will relate to the last entity I'll mention. Entity number 6. New bathroom entity. It's the same entity that is currently in the bathroom near my room, which used to be where entity number 2 was before it seemingly disappeared. This one is a tall humanoid figure that has a neck severely hunched forward and sticks out. It stands in front of the vanity facing the mirror of the southern wall and just reach into it. With hollowed out eyes and mouth, seems like it is silently screaming. The way its face looks and the way its arms and neck slope make it seem like it is melting ever so quickly. Or it may have been halted. This one is unique in the sense that you only ever get an image of it when you sense it. When you feel that it is there through a wall, you get the most vivid of images. The only thing between my sister and I does not stay constant is how we feel it looks as the colour. I find it to look like white TV static, with the hollowed out eyes and mouth being fully black. My sister finds it to be a solid black through and through. This one also interacts with entity number 7, which I'll elaborate on next. Entity number 7. This entity is the only one that goes in my room. I'm the only one that experiences it currently, but my sister said that she hates that room because of this entity. It's only ever active whenever you are trying to go to sleep, though it doesn't consistently happen. There are 3 specific spots in which it feels like I get watched from. It doesn't make you want to run like entity number 1, but it does make you insanely uncomfortable. This is probably the one that I have the second most blurry image of. However, if that specific condition relating to the final entity, something strange happens. It feels like my bed is surrounded by entities, which I have a hard time telling if it is just the one in my room or many from around the house, and that my blanket is getting poked all over the place, just firm enough to be felt through the comforter. This is where it connects with the 6th entity, as the southern bathroom wall that entity number 6 reaches through also happens to be the northern wall of my room. It does feel like something is reaching through the wall to do all the whole tapping thing. Entity number 8. This one is in the laundry room, and is the one you see in the corner of your eye walking by its designated room. It just looks like something is just outside your field of vision, or it ends up being too dark in that room to tell if there is something standing 6 inches from you when you're at the doorway. I've also seen it once in the corner of my eye in the living room, but that was during a period where the most random experiences happened that we couldn't attribute to any given entity, so I don't know. Entity number 9. This is that final entity that I've been mentioning this entire time. This one stands in the doorway of the hallway where the garage used to be, and the connecting hallway of that and the hallway I've mentioned a few times here. This one is probably the most problematic, and I'll explain why. This one is a humanoid figure that stands at about 6 foot and is your typical dark shadow figure. Just that it isn't overly lanky, it's just pretty average. However, acknowledging that you see it, and it catches you off guard, being in the darkest doorway in the house, will make it disappear. This is already odd, but this affects every other entity in the house. The activity of everything else skyrockets. The panicked feels on number 1 is amplified tenfold, and also affects the connecting hall. Number 4 no longer needs to be seen to follow you in your pulls at the door while jiggling the doorknob. Number 5 will appear more frequently and closer to you, while also showing a slow breathing movement instead of being perfectly still. Number 6 will make you start looking around and makes you hyper aware of number 1's effects when approaching and walking by the bathroom. Number 7 becomes consistent, while number 9 is still under effect and has that really awful thing with the tapping. And you can almost hear number 8 breathing and moving around in the laundry room, while also hovering behind you if you go in there. This one is the one that makes me glad that my older sister doesn't come around often, as she isn't used to it like my younger sister and I, so she acknowledges it all. These periods of hyperactivity caused by number 9 has increasing duration times each time it's noticed. First was a few nights, then was a week, then 2, then a month. The most recent was about 3 months, which is a lot since I like to walk around the house late at night. So those are all of the documented entities. My sister and I keep track of everything, just in case. An interesting dynamic to note is that if you go into the hall where the garage used to be, which is where the rooms of the grandma and grandparents are, at night after noticing any of the effects of any of the entities, you feel suffocated, as if it feels like all 9 of them are in there with you, as though they rush over to you to get past the threshold the doorway number 9 stands in. A few events that we can't attribute to any specific entities. Sharp knocking. Only I heard this. Was out in the living room at around midnight, coming up to 1 a.m, and heard this abruptly sharp and harsh knocking. 2 knocks. Issue is that there is a metal security screen in front of the door. I remember that I was pacing back and forth. I do that at night to get my mind sorted out and tired, otherwise I can't sleep. And just heard it. Instant panic. Adrenaline was rushing and I just briskly walked to my room. I was all hyper aware of every little sound outside my room. I was the only one who experienced this. Name being called. During the same 3-month-long period of the most recent number 9 effect period and the sharp knocking, I remember hearing my name being breathily but clearly said, as though someone were calling for me. It was 2 in the morning, everyone was zonked out, so it really freaked me out. Felt like it was just outside my door too, but I don't know. If number 4 was really wanting me to open my door or what. But yeah, no thank you. Only once, not again. Second knocking. My older sister recently acknowledged number 4 and number 9, so the things are active at the moment, especially number 4. I heard a single sharp knock that wasn't nearly as definitive as the one in the living room, but it was there. I was alone for this one, so I, as before, was the only one who heard this. Doorbell ringing. For a change, my little sister is the only one to ever hear this, but it's also reoccurring. She will hear the doorbell be rung, and have that really loud ring doorbell. She tends to annoy it anymore, but it still tends to freak her out. So yeah, that's about everything we've experienced. I did hear something that, due to my Native American heritage, that myself and my family on my dad's side are all unable to be touched by anything, unless we give permission, but I don't know. Could be why I haven't been messed with too bad. My boyfriend lives in a home with his 2 roommates, who are both into the occult, as am I. But one's a Satanist, and one's a warlock, and I'm a witch. I don't live there. I'm a good witch though. I've always thought the energy in this house was a bit weird and off. I feel things and I'm a huge empath. So I know for a fact now that I was not wrong. My boyfriend always talks in his sleep, so when I heard him talking last night, I thought nothing of it. Instead of ignoring it like I usually do, last night I decided to listen really hard and pretend to be asleep for a while. Then I heard another voice asking him questions in a whisper tone, and I heard him very clearly answer the questions he was asked. I even heard the other person say, "Who is she?" And my boyfriend responded, "The girl I thought ghosted me, but she didn't." And they had a few words, then I continued to play sleep just to figure if I was truly losing it. Then I heard, "She's not asleep, you know." And I felt my boyfriend kind of look over at me and lean to check to see if I was asleep. My back was facing him. And I heard my boyfriend respond, "Yeah, she is." And the person said, "She's not." Now I got goosebumps all over. I waited a few minutes and then jumped up and started grabbing my things. My boyfriend immediately woke up and asked where I was going. And I broke down and told him what I had heard and that he had no recollection. We saged his home and I did some cleansing in his house, and the nightmares and sleep talking ceased. Until yesterday we went to the Kanye West show, and honestly, it was just one big ritual of darkness. He literally had satanic altars everywhere. That night, we went home and went to sleep. I woke up to him making this weird noise over and over, which sounded like a moan or scream, but not loud. I woke up and told him to shut up. He wakes up and says, "The devil showed me everything. He showed me." We got in a fight and I immediately left. He's then since been texting me, saying I should die. When I was 6-ish, I woke up by a ghost. Male, late 20s or early 30s, brownish hair, tall and slim. He wanted me to leave the house with him, but it was the middle of the night and I told him that I would be in deep trouble if my parents found out. Then he showed me a vision. It was like a movie playing between the living room and the hallway. He showed me how he was participating in satanic rituals when he was alive, and that they even sacrificed goats, or at least one goat was present. Then I saw two of my uncles very sick and emaciated. Those uncles have never been abusive towards me, and we had a normal or good relationships. It shocked me, but it even more shocked me when they were having sex on the altar. At age 6, I didn't know anything about sex, but I did know that it was something forbidden, that I wasn't supposed to see it. Then my uncles turned into that guy and maybe another guy. I mean those guys participating in satanic rituals, having sex on an altar, with a ghost and another guy. Today, I think the ghost was having sex with a close relative. Then the emaciated and very sick guy, who was the ghost when he was alive, talked to me, can't remember what, and was like crying about his situation, how very sick and emaciated he was. At that point, my 6-ish me got really terrified and I told the ghost that I didn't want to see anything anymore. I even thought that the guy was a monster and I ran back to my bedroom and hid under the blanket with my back facing the door. I heard how the ghost walked to my bedroom, entered it, and I was praying to God to save me. Then I felt something very cold running down my back, as if an ice-cold hand was stroking my back. Then suddenly, all was over. I finally cried for my mum, and to my surprise, she said that she woke up knowing that something was wrong with me, and that she couldn't move or call for me for quite some time. Of course, my dad said it was impossible that a stranger entered our house, and that he got into my room unnoticed. Today, I think that guy was very sick and desperate, and so he did participate in satanic rituals to escape death, and after he died, he was too afraid to enter the afterlife in fear of the judgments he may face. Or maybe he's always been a member of satanic rituals. I don't know. Two weeks after starting a new job, I discovered that an employee had passed away. I didn't get to meet him. Recently, my coworker and I were at the store commenting about the fellow and things became weird. The fridge door opened on its own, the store alarm went off randomly, and I felt a tingling stroke on my arm. Then the sensation got greater and it was like it was trying to overtake me. I literally ran out to the store scared, totally embarrassing. Other employees have expressed the feeling of being watched. Yesterday, I was at work alone in the walk-in freezer, pulling product, floor-to-ceiling shelves. I got the box I needed and turned to leave. I took one step and suddenly two very large, heavy boxes fell off the top shelf and missed hitting me in the head by 2 inches. I would have been knocked out for sure, in the freezer, where it's minus 23 degrees. My coworker wasn't due to arrive for another 4 hours. The shelves are deep, the boxes were secure. I always make a point of doing a visual check when I first go in there. I have told whatever it is to go to the light. Thank you, Poltergeist movie. But given what I experienced yesterday, I think I've really pissed it off. It is common to work alone, and I'm really scared about what could possibly happen next shift. I tried a protective white light visualization meditation before work yesterday. Obviously, it didn't work. The first time this experience happened, me and my boyfriend were both laying in bed in my bedroom. It was nighttime, probably around 10 o'clock. There were 3 knocks on my door. We stopped and waited, thinking it was my mum wanting to come in and ask something. But no one came in, and no one said a word. I called out to her thinking that she might have just been waiting for me to say she should come in, but she didn't respond. Even if she knocked just to leave it, I'd be able to hear her moving around upstairs, as currently we have no carpets on the landing. And even with carpets on our bedroom floors, some of the boards lift when you walk on them. We played it off as just a weird experience that had to just be my mum. Then the times afterwards of experiencing the same thing have always been in the early morning when it's still dark. I'm a heavy sleeper, mouth open, drooling. You aren't waking me up. I also sleep with a big floor fan on all night to just keep me in the deepest sleep possible. The second time I heard the same knocks again, in text, I can only describe the pattern as being knock, 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 and always seemingly coming from the top of my door. You can tell whereabouts someone hits my bedroom door, as the top is more solid and the bottom sounds more hollow. The knocks woke me up and I sat there staring at the door, again thinking my mum wanted to come in, but no one did. I shook my boyfriend asking him if he heard it. He's just looking at me all dazed because I just pulled him out of his sleep, and the knocks happen again. He shoots out of bed to the door to see who's there, but when he opens it, there's no one. After a few times of this happening, I went to my mum to ask her if it was her. She said no, so I told her that if it was and she was just playing around, to please stop because it was freaking me out. But she was adamant that it wasn't her. At this point, I didn't believe it was her anyway. She's very much of a knock and enter type of person, completely defeating the point of knocking in the first place, or just shouting my name and waiting for me to come to her instead. I've brought this up with a few of my friends, and I've gotten these possible reasons. It's the wind. It's a rat. None of these seem plausible to me. I've heard my door move with the wind when the windows are open. It's more of a rattle where you can hear my door hinges and handle move as well. I've never heard of a rat knocking. I can confidently say there are no rats in the house, coincidentally. My brother works in pest control, and even if hypothetically there was a rat, there's absolutely no way of it getting to the top of my door. I have no idea how to interpret the knocking. All I know is that it makes me feel uncomfortable. From what I know, don't positive paranormal entities not want you to be afraid? And aren't knocks in 3? Or just the number 3 in general a negative thing? So this experience happened quite a few years ago. I was at my aunt's house, along with my aunt, her husband, her daughter, her husband, and her 2 kids. So quite a little audience. They were all sat in the living room and asked me to go get paper from upstairs. On my way back down the stairs, I was stopped in my tracks by this loud noise. It seemed to come from everywhere. It sounded like horns coming from the sky or a heavy metal gate being pulled open, but coming from every direction. After about maybe a minute, the noise stopped. I went into the living room to ask them if they heard that, just to ask what they thought it might have been, but none of them heard it. Note, I'll try and visualize the layout of where they were in comparison to me. If you come in the front door, the stairs are straight on the left, and just across from the staircase is the door to the living room where they sat, with the hall in the middle. Not a chance that with a noise that loud that none of them heard it. I've searched this up on YouTube before to see if anyone caught it on camera, and they did. It seemed to happen at random points across the world, with scientists saying it was plates under the sea moving. But there was just something so weird about it, and I won't lie, I'm hella skeptical about it being plates under the sea. I'm open to pretty much anything, science, God, aliens, but being so open to any possibility sometimes just makes me incapable of leaving things alone, because I just can't make my mind up of what it is. I've lived in my house for about 3 years. Nothing out of the norm has ever happened. Although, there were a few weird occurrences when I first moved in. Basement door locking by itself, finding an old dusty horseshoe hanging over the basement entrance door that I'm pretty sure wasn't there when I first moved in. Little gifts being left on my porch. There were probably squirrels or weirdos, etc. But I mostly ignored these and was able to rationalize these occurrences away. Any potential strangeness was quickly forgotten and stopped. So yesterday, I'm just spending a lazy Sunday at home. I'd gotten a bouquet from someone because of a death in the family, so I spent the morning propagating the roses and making rose water. So I'm just hanging around, cleaning a bit, watching TV a little, and in and out of my kitchen making the rose water. At 2 points during the morning/day, I distinctly remember hearing the sound of glass breaking. The first time, I remember thinking that the mason jar I'd put the rose water in must have cracked because the water was still too hot. I got up, looked at the jar, saw it wasn't broken, and then just forgot about it. The second time, I yelled at my cat, Choppin, thinking he just jumped onto the kitchen counter and knocked something over. I looked over, but he wasn't in the kitchen. My living room, where I was in the kitchen area, are in the same open space. After both occurrences, I just completely forgot, ignored the noise, and just went about whatever I was doing. I also remember having the thought that maybe some dishes in my sink had shifted, if that makes sense, and banged together. The sound wasn't exactly like a glass falling and shattering, but more like cracking. So last night, I jump into the shower after a workout. I'm just doing my thing when the same glass breaking/cracking sound happens again, but this time it's right next to me. Like, right next to my ear and very clear and loud. There's absolutely no way this sound could have come from outside my shower. Obviously, I look around me and nothing is disturbed. I'm literally grabbing every bottle and item I have in there and tapping them together and on the tile, but nothing reproduces the noise I heard. There's no way I imagined this. It wasn't until I heard the noise in the shower that I really registered what had happened earlier in the day, and that the same noise had happened twice before. After my father's death, I would sometimes hear what I call memory sounds. Him calling my name, him moving around in the kitchen in their house when I was at their house alone. But I always sort of knew these were happening in my head, or at least originating in my head. It would feel like I actually heard something, but then a second later, I'd realised I imagined it, or heard it in my head, not externally. Not sure if I'm describing that right, and I hope I'm not sounding like a crazy person. This was not a memory sound. There was a legit glass breaking noise. I'm positive I didn't imagine this or create it as I did with my father. What is this? And why is it happening now when I've been living there for 3 years and this never happened before? I mentioned above that a family member had just died, but we weren't close enough where I think he'd come to visit me, if that makes sense. I'm incredibly sad and heartbroken, but it's not the type of deep-set grief I've experienced with other deaths, my father for one. So I'm not losing my marbles. About 2 nights ago, my sister ran to the room of my deceased great-grandmother. She made us let her in, and she ran straight to an old photo of my grandma, her siblings, his kids, and her parents. We asked her which one my great-grandmother was as a joke, and she pointed straight to her, thinking it was just a coincidence. We asked which one my grandma was. Again, she pointed straight to her, hoping for another coincidence. We asked which one my great-aunt was. She pointed straight to her again. So then we asked about my great-grandfather, and once again she pointed straight to him. Not to mention, she has never met my great-grandmother, because she passed not too long after my sister was born. And she was too young to remember my great-aunt, who she met once as like a 1-month-old. And my great-grandfather passed before even I was born. And it's creepy that she could identify her and my grandmother as children. She also kept randomly leaning into the photo and kissing them, mostly my great-grandmother. Knowing that babies, she's 1.5, can see ghosts, we asked if my great-grandmother was in the room. She said yes, and kept pointing at the bathroom and repeating her name. Once we let her in the bathroom, she kept giggling at air. We thought this was kind of creepy, and not to mention, earlier that day, me and my cousin had a random urge to rummage through a closet where we found old photos and notes, etc., of and from her and other family. I wonder if she was there telling us we should look through her closet, reminding us she was there, and maybe my sister actually was seeing her. My friend and I, who I'll refer to as Q, were bored on a Thursday afternoon in January 2019. Naturally, as all teenagers do, we decided to create a Ouija board to see if the whole hype around them was true. We assembled the board on a piece of cardboard we found in Q's recycling bin and followed a WikiHow tutorial on how to make a Ouija board. With everything set up, we began the process. We asked the standard questions that everyone asks, i.e., is anyone there, etc. We weren't having much luck, and just as soon as we were about to throw the board away, we finally got a response to our previous question. The planchet, which we used as a magnifying glass for, slowly slid over to yes. I called Q out on this bullshit, but he swears to this day he didn't move it. We kept asking questions, but we were getting very cryptic responses, mostly scrambled letters and such. Also, the planchet was moving very slowly at this time, taking around 5 seconds to transfer between letters and numbers. This all changed when we asked, "Where did you die?" The planchet quickly started rotating between the letters XZ, XZ, XZ. Q looked at me, with his face white as a sheet. I asked the question, "How did you die?" And it quickly moved over to a sequence of numbers. 108080808008. Starting to get spooked, we closed the session and burned the board. Nothing bad or paranormal has happened to us since that day. I tried to research the numbers and letters a few days after the session, but nothing showed up. This experience has always been nagging my mind, every once in a while. This morning, my mother went out, and when she came back, her bed was hella wet. She thought that I did it. I didn't. All of her clothes and shoes too. There weren't any signs from where the water could have come from. The ceiling wasn't wet either. This has been happening for a while now. The events have been really problematic for me and my family. Some of them that have been happening are the current: my cat getting scared and hissing at nothing, my mother, brother and grandmother seeing something taking my form. It alternates between a full representation of myself or a shadow type thing. A small little thing running and hiding behind the furniture. When I go to check, there's nothing. It isn't a rat or a mouse. A small dog and a big black dog appearing when someone is left alone. Strange growling at night. Sleep paralysis. Last time that I suffered from this, I could hear a lot of voices and I could feel like something was trying to break something inside me. A lot of strange shadows. Sometimes we can feel a really heavy atmosphere in the living room. To start, months ago, I heard my brother's signature allergy sniffle in our empty house. I was home alone and thought he was there, so when I heard it, I went to go find him because I wanted to ask him something. There was no one. He was at my grandmother's house. The weird thing about the sound was that I couldn't place where it had come from. It almost seemed displaced or something. I don't know. A few days ago, I heard my sister call me. She has a very recognizable voice and tone, so I thought I knew what I was hearing. I went to go see what she wanted and she was really confused. And she's not the type to joke or prank. She just doesn't do that. Today, I was sitting in my room with my door shut when she came in asking me what I wanted. I was confused myself, so I asked what she meant. She said she heard me say her name. When I told her that I hadn't, she got freaked out. She told me later when we were talking about it that she has also heard my brother's signature sniffles when she was alone in the house, or when it was just her and my dad. He doesn't make that sound. Both me and my sister have also heard what sounds like two people having a hushed, whispered conversation in our rooms in the middle of the night. Both of us wake up weirdly alert and clear-minded, so this struck as very real. When I heard it in my room, I bolted upright in bed and then heard like a quick shh before it went completely silent. So unnerving. That's about it for the mysterious sounds. Now we get into the shadow things both me and my sister have seen. The first time I recall either of us mentioning it was when one time my sister was watching me run up our hallway from the kitchen with a movie we were going to watch, and behind me there was a black translucent figure running after me. She didn't see where it disappeared to because at some point you lose visibility from where she was sitting. I was super freaked out. To explain this next one, on our windows is some kind of film that becomes reflective at night if a light is on. I was up late doing the dishes one night looking at my reflection in the window in front of me when all of a sudden this tall greyish figure behind me ran past the kitchen entrance and out of sight. It didn't compute at first, so I walked into the living room where it went thinking I saw my family or some shit. No, just the dark living room because everyone was in bed asleep. The most recent time I recall seeing anything like this was just last month. I'd come out of my room and from my sister's room down the hall saw this thing leaning out of the doorframe and looking my way. It wasn't black, but some weird grey colour with small eyes barely visible. The facial features were blurred. It just looked so weird. It really scared me then. I actually saw it, ducked back into my sister's room. I didn't blink or anything. The experience was probably only a second long. The thing was about my height, if that gives any detail. To add though, my house is not old, nor has anyone lived in there before us. My parents built it. A friend of mine is in a bad relationship. A couple of weeks ago, while there was another couple at their house, she began screaming, scratching herself, and by all accounts, began speaking gibberish all while in bed. She gets picked up by the ambulance and rushed to the hospital. She then goes home and an hour or so later, drives to the hospital again, not feeling well. She's there through the night, then shows up the next day trying to take one of their children with her. There's 4. She walked from the hospital to their house and left the car there. It's a short distance, but not close enough to be an easy or a comfortable walk. Her boyfriend didn't let her take the child and was unnerved when he saw that the car wasn't outside. She was then in the hospital for about 2 weeks and made it to where no one could go see her. She didn't have any way to communicate with anyone because she left her phone at home. Once she got out, she's discharged with medication that she has to take for new conditions for her already bad health. Apparently she had a heart attack and stroke. She's only 28. Before all this, being around her was carefree and easy. Now it's like it's something pretending to be her. Menacing, negative. That's the only thing I can think to describe it. For about a month or so, she's been experiencing weird things in her home. Things I had witnessed on occasion. Like toys on top of the fridge lighting up. A bubble gun showing bubbles in her kitchen with no person around. She believed that this was her deceased son who died roughly 4 years ago, a day or 2 after he was born. She's a practicing witch. She doesn't classify herself as any particular one. She's been drawing odd things outside her home in no seemingly orderly manner, and talking about how she'd let her son's presence when she practiced. I've seen her altar before. It was very positive and well cheery. In addition to herself giving off a menacing vibe, her altar now just feels wrong, like it's tainted or something. Being in the house now is pretty much unbearable, and conversing with her doesn't feel like a conversation anymore. It feels like something is trying to act like her and gather information. What's everyone's thoughts? Basically, I've had experiences where people I'm close to get an injury or sickness, and I experience it too. It's happened enough to where I wonder what is going on. I'll give 3 examples, though I do have a few more. One was when my sister broke her arm. My arm started getting sore and hurt really bad for like 2 days before I found out she'd broken her arm. She lives in another state and we don't talk often, so it took some time before I found out. My arm stayed sore for a few more days. I didn't bother going to the doctor. Another example was when my foot hurt so bad I could barely walk. I went to the doctor and they found nothing wrong with me. I came to find out my aunt had slipped on some ice and broke her ankle, which is where the pain in my foot was coming from. Again, I didn't find out for a few days after it happened, and the pain started the same day as her injury. The best example, and I think the strangest, is this. My brother-in-law got an infection that almost killed him. I don't talk to him or my other sister all that much, so I didn't know about it. But I had the same symptoms that he had and went to the doctor about it. The symptoms? My testicles swelled up to the size of, well, maybe a grapefruit. It freaked me out, and the doctor, though not finding anything wrong with me, gave me some water pills to help with the swelling. My brother-in-law had the same thing happen, only he almost died. I found out about it when he went to the hospital, days after the symptoms started. Let me start off by saying that I have OCD. I get intrusive thoughts sometimes. Some are really stupid. Others are creepier. But regardless, I'm usually able to push them away or rationalize them. But a recent experience terrified me and I'm not sure what to think. My parents were away for a few days, and so I was watching the house for them. There was no one else in the house. I was laying in my parents' bed, just watching the afternoon sun pouring through the window as the curtains moved softly. I never get to sleep in that late, so it was nice to just have a day with my dogs lying beside me. Suddenly, without warning, I had this distinct vision or image in my head of a tall man in boots, jeans, and a jean jacket standing behind my fence. His hair was a fiery orange, and his eyes were pale blue. I can't describe why, but the image really creeped me out. It was like he could see me, and he was glaring at me. The exact moment I had this image in my head, my dog's head snapped toward the window and started barking like crazy. Now, at this point, I'm suddenly terrified, and I hesitantly get out of bed and slowly peek out the window. There's nothing. The yard is completely empty. I gave a sigh of relief and lay back down and closed my eyes, trying to get my heart rate back to normal. It was just my OCD being a jerk. Then, suddenly I get another image in my head, but this time he's standing between the windows and the curtains, smiling at me. My eyes snap open, and I see both of my dogs now locked on the spot where I imagined he was. One of my dogs gave a low growl. I noped the hell out of there and did something else for the rest of the day. I still get images in my head of the orange-haired man from time to time. The name that popped into my head one time was Roy, so I just think of him as Roy. Sometimes I imagine him in the shower in my room, but in college I don't have any dogs, so the experience hasn't repeated in the exact way. I've never truly seen him, only imagined him in places, but he always looks the same. So I have no idea what the hell happened that day, but it was one of the scariest things to ever happen to me. I don't know if it was just an intrusive thought that I had and my dogs just happened to bark at that exact moment, or it's something more sinister going on. But imaginary or not, Roy terrifies me. For background, I got this excellent job last month after leaving my awful ex-employer, which frees me from the 996 schedule. For people who haven't heard about this, it means work from 9 AM to 9 PM 6 days a week. Everything is perfect except that the IT department I work for located really far away from my department, and I have to transfer from subway line 1 to line 9, then to line 16 to get there. Thanks for my great manager, usually I could stay in another department's office, which is much closer. But because of this COVID-19 situation, we're required to work in our own office from last week, and that means now I have to take this long subway line 1, line 9, line 16 trip and go to this super far IT office every day. Last Wednesday. Except the super long commute time, I don't really hate this daily subway trip, and all thanks to that extremely cool tunnel in the line 9, line 16 interchange station, also known as National Library Station. I even started enjoying taking the subway now. Unlike those ones built in the 90s, this recently built tunnel is much more spacious and well decorated by tons of LED lights and smooth marbles with specular gloss. I will say it's the king of the transfer tunnel among all the Beijing subway stations. But last Wednesday, things are kind of different. When I transfer from line 9 to line 16, I don't think I have passed this shining tunnel during the whole trip that morning. I noticed this difference so clearly because walking in that cool, shining tunnel has become my favourite part in daily subway travel. I could still remember how I was expecting to wander around in that tunnel. However, there's no impression that I have passed through it. When I finally got to my office that day, this weird feeling still suffused in my mind and kicked every work-related things out. As far as I know, this tunnel should be the only access when transferring between these two subway lines in that station. That whole day, I kept trying to recollect how I got to line 16 in the morning after leaving the line 9 platform, and as a result, some dim memory pieces about another tunnel flashed back. I recalled such a picture that, instead of my favourite tunnel, I was walking in a much narrower and darker tunnel and squeezed by the crowded passengers moving slowly to the next platform. That tunnel looks like those ones in the 90s built stations, and even older. The lighting feels like it's from some aging fluorescent tube rather than LED lights. I think LED lights are supposed to be more commonly used nowadays, like in my favourite tunnel, compared to those old school fluorescent lights. The passengers that morning in that narrow tunnel were abnormally crowded. I kept getting pushed by the stream of people and past that tunnel without stopping. Sitting in the office and thinking about it again, I've never seen such a tunnel in that station before, and actually, I have to say, an old tunnel like that doesn't really match well with a newly settled subway station like the National Library station. It feels so weird, and even now, I could still feel that cold and wet air in that strange tunnel by just recalling those pieces of memories. I wish it's just that sleepy morning made me get the wrong impression. I think similar things happened to me again on last Friday and this Monday. I guess I'll talk about that tomorrow during my long commute. Now it's time to walk to my cutest dog in the world. Last Friday, I decided to take that Wednesday weird experience as a memory mistake last week. Until similar thing happened when I was transferring from subway line 9 to line 16 last Friday. There's another place I usually pay more attention to when transferring to line 16 in National Library Station. It's a stair facing a wall decorated with this funny calligraphy writing. Wish I could translate it rightly. It means, diligence is the only way to climb the mountain of book. This calligraphy looks funny for me because the characters are written like they were cut in the middle and spared into two pieces. For example, the character looks like on that wall. Last Friday, after passing through my favourite tunnel, I was considering about taking another look at the calligraphy wall when walking downstairs to see if the calligraphy artist had signed his or her name on the interesting work. And just like last Wednesday, I don't think I've seen that wall when walking down to line 16. I knew there were two stairs leading to line 16 next to each other in that area, and the one with the funny calligraphy should be the first one when you come from line 9. But I'm pretty sure I didn't use the other stair in that morning because I was almost late for work that day. I didn't want to waste time walking to the next stairs rather than using the first one. Also, those stairs feel somehow different compared to the other stairs in subway stations. It's too simple. People who have lived in Beijing may know that, except stations of the oldest lines like Line 1 and Line 2, all the stations settled after 2007 are kind of over-decorated for the 2008 Olympics. And this design pattern has been well passed on when building other subway stations after 2008. So a stair surrounded by such simple walls without shining lights or marbles is not that common in line 9 or line 16. There's no obvious decoration on the walls surrounding the stairs in my memory. Instead, they are just white, painted and kind of dyed by dust, which makes their colour looks more pale and kind of grey. Those water stains creeping on the walls from the ceiling reminded me about the damp tunnel on Wednesday. Unlike that crowded tunnel, there are some passengers passing the stairs, but not that many, which is a bit abnormal for morning rush time on weekdays. It's in my impression, it was not as uncomfortable when passing that simple stairs as walking in that narrow tunnel, but still, the moist walls and coldness I felt kept reminding me about my Wednesday experience in that tunnel. And when I think back, the memory pieces about the stairs are also clearer and more recallable compared to that dim picture on Wednesday. So they lived in Connecticut, and it's where I grew up. This happened when I was like 14. It was either right after Ed Warren passed away, or not too long after. Me and my dad were staying at my aunt's house one night. It was a two-family house, so her and my uncle, as well as my cousin, her husband, and their two children, all lived there. It was a new house they had just built and moved into a couple months back. I found this part out later. Leading up to that night, my aunt was having crazy dreams where a little boy would appear in her dreams every night. Or so she thought they were dreams, and lead her out of my bed. My aunt said the outside of the house was a very bright light that shone through the windows to the point where she couldn't see anything outside, and the little boy would try to lead her outside. My aunt would always be found in the morning by my uncle around the house, passed out on the bathroom floor, living room, even the garage one time. They just assumed my aunt was sleepwalking. So anyway, that night, at about 2 a.m. or so, everyone hears this loud screaming coming from the upstairs living room. Me, my dad, my aunt, and uncle all wake up and run upstairs because it sounded like someone was hurt. We get up there, and my cousin and her husband are in the living room, and my cousin's son, who is about 2 years younger than me, was sitting in a rocking chair, his back to us. But my cousin and husband were freaking out. So my dad and uncle walked over to my cousin and went to see what was wrong. My uncle touched his shoulder and he turned his head around, and it was bright red. His eyes were bloodshot, and his skin was starting to turn this weird greyish colour. When they tried asking him what was wrong, he started speaking in Latin and was rocking in his chair back and forth. Now, he was known as a kind of prankster, so my uncle and my cousin's husband, thinking he's playing around, yelled at him to stop and went to grab him out of the chair. When they touched him, that time, he let out a loud scream again in Latin, and his eyes started to roll in the back of his head. We were all freaking out at this point, not knowing what to do. My cousin went and got a glass of water, thinking maybe he's sleepwalking, and threw it on him. And he just laughed in this deep voice. My aunt was a pretty holy woman. She would keep crosses and angel statues and even holy water in the house. So she ran back downstairs to get the holy water because at this point, we realised something weird was going on. My dad and my uncle grabbed him out of the chair. He was kicking and trying to fight them the whole time and held him on the floor. My aunt brings over the holy water and rubs it on her hands. My cousin lifts up his shirt while he's being held down, and my aunt places her hand on his back. It literally burned him. It left a burn mark the exact size of her hand on his back. He screamed and screamed for a couple seconds before he ended up passing out. I'm just standing there the whole time, absolutely terrified, not moving, just watching this all happen. So he's passed out, and not knowing what to do, they call the police. It's probably around 3 a.m. at this point. So the police come with paramedics and talk to us all, and the meds check out my second cousin to see if he's okay. He ended up waking up, and they said he was fine, save the burn mark on his back. Not knowing what to do, the police recommended that they give Mrs. Warren a call, since she was a famous paranormal investigator and lived right in Connecticut. So nobody ends up going to bed at all, and me and my dad leave in the later morning. Now this next part I wasn't there for. About a week later, my aunt gives Mrs. Warren a call, tells her what happened, and invites her to the house. Apparently Lorraine knew that the house was about before she even stepped foot in there. Apparently the newly built house was built on land that housed some kind of portal to the other dimension. The little boy in my aunt's dream was trying to lead my aunt outside through the portal, because if a human entered the portal, it will be open enough for demons to constantly go through. Apparently one got through and was able to possess my second cousin because he wasn't strong enough to fight it. Well, Lorraine ends up doing this whole seance and cleansing of the house to get rid of it all and close it permanently. They ended up living in that house for about another 8 years without any problems ever again before selling it and moving out of state. I never stayed over there again. To this day, that night still haunts me. I'm going to use fake names for a better flow and anonymity. Mercedes is my best friend of many years. Izzy is best friend's oldest 11-year-old daughter. Ryan is her 10-year-old son. Back in 2016, I shared an apartment with my best friend and another friend of hers. I had been home with my kids and roommates were out of the house. I had seen my son walk past a slightly open door, only to find out he was fast asleep on the couch. Ever since then, for the past 5 years, I've had many different situations that could have been something strange. Many of them can be semi-explainable. Air conditioning opening doors, kids or guests moving or taking something, but several more have had no reasonable causes. Unfortunately, I've always either been the only one awake to witness it, or just home alone in general. I try not to put too much weight on anything my kids say or do, just yet, since it's hard to separate their imagination and scary dreams with actual occurrences. Mercedes and her family have also had similar experiences, as well as her kids' level of input matching mine. Within the past month or two, we began jokingly saying that we could have just one entity or spirit attached to us both that will jump between houses. Mainly due to the fact that my house would be pretty calm and quiet when hers is active, and vice versa. Most activity between houses is pretty similar in nature as well. We both have many, many stories we could share that have been going on since the apartment, no matter where we moved to. Way too many to share all at once. Oh, she also had experiences in that apartment too. All that's basically to set the scene for Saturday. She had a birthday party for her daughters, and I stayed the night since she lives an hour away. We had just finished getting all 6 kids, hers and their friends, situated in whatever rooms they were sleeping in, and her boyfriend had their toddler in their bedroom, so it's just the 2 of us out around the house. Important to note, all of the bedrooms and 1 bathroom are in one hallway that ends at the back of the house. At the other end of the hallway, sharing the left wall, is their kitchen. Both the hallway and the kitchen end up and open up into the dining room. So I was standing in the kitchen where it and the hallway end, and she had just closed the door to the bathroom when I heard a young girl call out, "Mercedes," in a way that said they wanted something. It sounded like Izzy, whose room is at the complete opposite end of the hallway away from me. So I started heading down there while saying, "She's in the bathroom, what do you need?" I open her bedroom door and all 3 girls are looking at me funny, so I asked if they had just called for a mom, but they all said no. So I start heading for Ryan's room. Izzy follows me, and it's at about this time that I'm asking myself, why would she be calling Mercedes by name anyway? So I open Ryan's room and ask if any of them had called Mercedes. No again. In typical skeptic, I don't want to freak myself out fashion, I thought maybe I was hearing things, despite it sounding clear as day. I asked Izzy one more time if she had heard anyone call Mercedes, but she assured me that she hadn't. Mercedes had walked out, catching Izzy's reply, and said, "I heard my name too, and I heard you tell them I was busy." I looked at her and said, "We were the only ones who did. Everyone else said they didn't say or hear anything." She couldn't hear me asking around, so she had just fingered that whatever the kids had wanted was taken care of already. We have both shared experiences with someone else, but never together before, which I had realised was extremely odd, considering for 5 years we had both been dealing with this, and I'm at her house a lot. That's my second home and safe haven. The timing was extremely strange as well, considering I had just sat down the night before and had written out everything from my place and hers since 2016 for the first time, in one giant story, meant to be sent into a spooky podcast. And then this. A few key points. Every person in the house was placed between me and the area we heard the voice come from. If I heard it, they should have too. Mercedes was standing close to the bathroom door when we heard the voice, but was further into the bathroom while I went into the kids' room to talk, so she couldn't hear us anymore. She only heard the very last exchange between me and Izzy, standing in the hall. This happened maybe a month or two after we jokingly theorised that we shared one attachment, and the day after our full story was written from the beginning. From the time her name was called to the time she walked out of the bathroom, I was able to verify that no one in the house was responsible before she even confirmed that she heard it too. Meaning it wasn't possible for us to just amp each other up into convincing ourselves of something that could have been explained otherwise. Thankfully, whatever it is has never felt malicious or dangerous, and it's actually helped us out on a few occasions, so we aren't too worried. It just freaked us out in the moment to have a situation where there's not a single feasible explanation, but also sucks that it was with each other, since both of our boyfriends just give us shit thinking we over exaggerate. I'd love to hear y'all's thoughts and skeptical reasoning. I may be open minded about everything, but it has two sides. Whatever may be possible because we haven't been there or seen it, but whatever may also not exist because we've never been there or seen it. Ever since I watched a show on Netflix, I have called entities with a specific behavior mimics. Like the name implies, they tend to mimic things like animals, specific voices, and even apparitions that look like a family member or friend. For at least about 4 years now, I've had situations that can be questioned as paranormal, but also may be explained logically. It seems like these occasions are getting more frequent and lean way more towards an entity than a super coincidence of very often scares. I've experienced the garden variety. Was that the AC, creaking boards, wind outside, or was it paranormal sort of things? Doors creaking an inch or two open, creepy taps, shuffling in the kitchen around the corner of the room darker than the rest at night, etc. Here lately, things have been interestingly loud. Of course, it's all at night, save one instance, and I'm the only one awake. But the noises I'm speaking of are not quiet enough to question if I imagined it. I've heard a scream all the way across the house, similar to my daughter's after a bad dream, but the tone and pitch was just a tad bit off. And she was peacefully asleep. I've heard 3 loud, perfectly timed apart bangs that were obviously originating from inside, not outside. I heard my boyfriend call me for me in the kitchen, followed by the shuffling feet, just to hear his loud snore in our bedroom immediately after. The sounds of my daughter and boyfriend are why I assume a mimic. I've had some pretty unexplainable things happen in the past 2 houses too, so if it is all the same thing, it's attached to me, not the house. I've worked at my job for 9 years. There's a common myth or legend of a ghost that resides in our kitchen. We have many staff with stories of their own, which I will include some of, as well as my own. The stories I heard before my own experiences were small things like a knife being moved from one side of the counter to another, utensils coming up missing, etc. There's usually just one employee at a time there, so it's not likely that someone else is moving them. My first hint at something close was a day our power went out. We had to keep staff on the clock for when it came back on, so a few of us decided to go to the completely blacked out kitchen to mess around. Another girl and I left shortly after because we were bored. A few minutes later, we were going to scare the other 2. Before we could reach the swinging door that led to our back rooms, they came running out, screaming. They heard knocking on the opposite end of the kitchen from any machines that could make something close to a sound like that. Then I started working back there myself. I know our brains can exaggerate sights in our peripheral, but I've never had that as severe as I did back there. It's always a tallish male with a black jacket walking down the hallway and into a room off the kitchen. Only when I would be slacking off or otherwise not working. I would just let him know I would get to work and that's that. The one that really got to me. The room off the kitchen has a motion-censored light. If something moves in the room, it comes on. This light comes on all the time with no one in there, and it's the only light like it that does this. One day I was standing in the doorway, facing the room, texting someone back. I felt a cold whoosh of air come from the room, right as the light came on. Needless to say, I jumped right back to work. My best friend has the best one, I believe. She was working overnight with another employee. She was in the office when the phone rang, like it would when being paged from the front. She answered, with no response, of course. After asking her coworker about it, they said they were not anywhere near the phone. She was prying him to admit to joking around to scare her when the front phone rang as being paged from the office. They were the only two in the store at all. The front phones also get paged often from different empty areas. Sometimes so often, we have to leave a phone off its hook to keep it on the line so it would stop ringing. Lately, Gusto has been venturing out. My store has more technology problems than I have ever seen or heard anywhere else. Multiple things break all the time. We've smelled cigarette smoke in a hallway on the other side of the store with no customers or employees around. Smell of gas in the front. Just odd things here or there that could possibly be explained away individually, but added together, they just don't make sense. All in all, I have come to find that Gusto is a nice ghost that just likes to see the employees working and not goofing off. I named him Gusto from the ghost chef of Ratatouille. I go downstairs to feed my hamster. As I get to the bottom, a door opens, handle turning and all. In the kitchen, getting him a treat, I can feel something watching me from the doorway, and on my way out, I instinctively stop. Like someone was there and I didn't want to bump into them. Anyway, I brush this off, go to my hamster where he's staring at one spot, a blank wall to the right of the door. He refuses to take his treat, brushing it away to keep staring. I pick him up, his head turns to keep looking at the same spot. They often stare off into space, but then their eyes are unfocused and they don't turn to keep on the same spot. I can feel something come closer and leaning over my shoulder, and again he turns to look exactly where I can feel something near me. It's a newish house that my parents moved to just over a year ago. I've been staying with them during the lockdowns, but never had anything feel paranormal about the place until tonight. It wasn't a malicious or scary feeling, just as if someone was in the room with me or something. My parents had just gone to bed. I also had the lights on and could clearly see nobody was there. At my parents' old house, I would always be absolutely terrified of this one, tiny spot at the bottom of the garden, and I couldn't say why. Despite not being at all nervous or scared of the dark or anything normally. Park at night, no problem. Camping at night, I'm fine. But to the left of the swing set at the bottom of the garden, terrified. At one point, my dad built a pen down there for our guinea pigs. They would always stay to the far right of the pen, squealing and getting scared if we put them down on the left side of it, despite the whole thing being identical. After I made a new pen nearer the house, they would happily be on either side of it. One night I had a dream about a man in an old-fashioned clothing asking me to say goodbye to my dad for him. Ignoring it, I didn't say anything until almost a month later when my grandma brought some photos over. I recognised the same man from my dream. He had a really recognisable nose, and apparently he was my great-granddad. He was very close with my dad as a kid before he died. My grandma had the only photo of him. There wasn't a way I could have seen it before, as it had been at my aunt's house, who we never see and don't talk to. These are all the kinds of non-concrete experiences it sounds like a lot of people have. And I'm just as curious as to what non-paranormal explanations people come up with. The first one happened just now and made me think about this stuff. How it's strange I get a weird feeling of someone being there, and that's the exact spot my hammy is weirdly fixated on too. Short backstory. My family spent most of our lives growing up on a ranch in the middle of the desert here in Arizona. My brother, my cousin, my grandmother, grandfather, father, and myself have all seen two little girls out here that died in their 30s. We've all seen them. Can all describe exactly what they look like to each other. Other weird afterlife based stuff has happened there too. I was a deep skeptic until my 20s when we started seeing something else. Not relevant to what I need help with, but the native family members of my talk about there being a walker out there. And from what I know, I and others have seen together, it fits. I've also had years of weird stuff occur while camping or hunting in the forests, with 24 different witnesses. But again, unrelated. I now live in the city and my wife has had night terrors for the last year and a half. Never before that. My middle daughter has started sleepwalking. All fairly innocuous stuff to begin with, but it progressed over time. Over the past 2 months, my wife has nightly dreams of people being in our room. Her and I have had shared dreams about something along the lines of a succubus coming after me. I have nightmares inside of nightmares inside of nightmares that I can't escape from the presence. We're awoken by talking and we both hear the same words. My daughters wake up screaming. Dogs are locked in rooms and bathrooms when we come home. Not just with the door shut, actually locked, in different rooms. Pictures and paintings of crosses getting knocked off the wall in the middle of the night. My wife thought I was reading too much into it and has tried to rationalise it. I took some measures I'm familiar with to try and see if it eased the events last week. Nothing has occurred inside the house since then, but my dogs bark at nothing through the glass door to the patio. There's a giant black cat we've never seen before that sits in our courtyard the last 3 nights and stares into our kitchen window for an hour. My 6-year-old saw a blue man trying to walk through the sliding glass door last night. I woke up this morning to find 11 dead doves outside of our house. 6 of them were missing their heads, 5 with their necks turned and broken. No evidence of animals feeding on them. The house has been quiet inside, but it seems to have gotten more bizarre outside. Have I made things worse? Is there a way to end this? Am I jumping to conclusions? I feel nuts, but it feels like an assault on our home. Anyone? It was late at night, about 11 p.m. This happened almost 2 years ago. I was staying up all day to fix my bad sleep schedule. It was about the time for me to go to bed, but I wanted to stay up a little longer. My uncle offered me to go for a drive to pick up my grandma from work. I often go for these rides anyways. She works in the next town over, so it's about a 30-minute drive. Since I was awake for over 24 hours straight at this point, I was a bit lightheaded and tired. The ride to my grandma's work was normal, but the ride home is something I will never forget. I was staring out my window the whole ride. We were almost home at this point. We passed by the town museum only a few blocks from my house. Across the street from the museum, I see the silhouette of a very tall man on the sidewalk walking towards us. The man was at least over 9 feet tall compared to the size of the building he was walking next to. My heart sank to the bottom of my stomach. He was very wide in stature too, anything but slender in appearance. He was wearing an early 1900s outfit with a long coat and a top hat. Despite walking under a lamppost, he was completely black. As I see him walking, he fades slowly into thin air right in front of my eyes. I could only make out his silhouette for a mere second. The only explanation I have is that I was just seeing things because I was so tired. I've never mentioned it to anyone since because of that, but I can't help think if there's more meaning to the whole thing. All of my adult life, I've had mild experiences, with the exception of insane sleep paralysis, but that's another story, of paranormal encounters. Now, that all could be in my mind, and I understand that to many, it sounds crazy. But there is one instance that sticks with me hard to this day. A couple years back, I was living with my sister, her husband, my nephew, and a border collie. For some quick layout, their house was on 2 acres with a 3-bedroom house towards the front and a granny flat about 30 yards behind it, which is where I lived with my wife and newborn. They always told me stories about hearing high heels clip-clop through the house, drop keys, and walk away. I thought they were nuts, although I did think about it every time I went into their house. Fast forward, I've been living with them for about 6 months. My sister and brother-in-law had something to take care of and asked me if I would watch my nephew. Me and my nephew were hanging out watching TV when I saw a shadow cross their French doors. I thought to myself, seems pretty early for them to be back already. I then realised there's no way they are home and I needed to check for intruders. So I sit my nephew down behind my bed, grab a gun and go charging in, but no one was there. Am I tripping? I thought to myself, and went back to my house and got my nephew. About an hour later, I needed to grab something from their house. I walked over, grabbed it, and headed back to the back door when I felt it. A freezing chill run down my spine. I pulled out my phone, turned on my flashlight, and there he was. I don't know how I knew it was male, or how he seemed to be staring right at me. I could just feel it. He almost looked like static, just standing there about 15 feet away. I greeted him and walked away slowly without ever taking my eyes off of him. He didn't seem to be malevolent or want anything, except for me to know that he existed. This is the third paranormal experience I've had in the house that I live in with my family. I won't go into the first two, because this one is by far the most noteworthy. This happened about a month ago, at about 10 at night. I was sitting in my bedroom and my family was in the other room. For a little context, there's a long hallway separating the main living room, kitchen, dining room area from the bedrooms, which are right beside each other at the end of the hall. My bedroom is on the left and my bed is up against the wall closest to my parents' bathroom, which is accessible from their room only. As I said, it was about 10 and I was reading on my bed while my family was in the other room. As with most people, I've become accustomed to our house so much that I could determine the location of a person from the sound the floorboard makes, or air passing a curtain or stuff like that. So I noticed that someone was walking up the hallway because I heard the sounds. They walked until they got right outside my door, which I can't see outside of while I'm on the bed. Paused for a second, and then continued into my parents' room. I heard the floor creak outside their bathroom, and then the sound of bare feet on the tile floor. The odd bumps of someone rustling around in the bathroom continued for about 10 seconds, and then vanished. I only became aware that this was odd after I didn't hear the floor creak as they were leaving. I had assumed that it was my dad because he shuffles more as he walks. Then I heard him talking in the other room, followed by my mom. Whatever, or whoever this was, it was aware that I was there and was just going about their business, fixing their hair, etc. It wasn't a scary experience, but it was more of just a hello from someone on a different plane of existence. In the latter half of 2017, I began to notice lights in our village primary school in England occasionally coming on in the evening, when the school was locked up. I would go past the school and notice the lights were on in the junior area. Then upon passing later in the evening, they would be off. After a few months of this happening, I reported the occurrences to the school. They informed me that their lights were not operating on a timer and that the classroom lights are activated by switches in the classroom, and corridor lights are activated by motion detectors on the corridors. I was told the corridor lights were highly unlikely to be activated by a bug crawling over the sensor, although this couldn't be ruled out. I kept a log of the times I noticed the lights on and found no real pattern between each occasion. Late in the evening of 30th of December 2017, in what was probably a very stupid thing for a 14-year-old to do, I went out to the school fence, which was a short distance from the junior area of the school building, equipped with my phone and an EVP recorder. I had read about using shields of energy to protect yourself, and with the power of positive thinking, I was confident I was protected as I introduced myself. I informed any spirits that I was there peacefully, and, after a short while, asked if they would be able to turn the lights on for me in that particular area of the school. The lights promptly turned on, and I was startled and quickly left. As I was holding my phone to record, I didn't capture any footage of the lights turning on due to my swift departure. Dissatisfied at this, I returned a couple of days later. This next time, it was midnight on the 1st of January 2018. I used the shield protection again before positioning my phone on the fence and began recording. I followed the same procedure as the previous investigation, and after a few minutes of talking, I asked if any spirits present there could turn the lights on again for me. Less than 15 seconds later, the lights switched on in the corridor. Startled, I quickly left, returning shortly afterwards to collect the camera, thank any spirits, and then return home to review the footage. The 6-minute video has been cropped down to a period of 40 seconds and is linked in the description. In an attempt to confirm to myself that there was indeed something unusual occurring at the school, I headed back to the school around 11 PM on the 2nd of January 2018. Following the same procedure as the previous two investigations, the lights turned on after I asked them to. On this occasion, I didn't leave, and remained to thank the spirits like the previous occasions, and said I would leave them in peace and not disturb them again in the future. I would then pray for the spirit's peace when I returned home, hoping that positive thought would help anything there to settle. 2 days later, at 9:15 in the evening, I was watching the television in our living room with my parents, when there was an almighty crash at our front door, followed by silence. It was as if someone had thrown themselves against it. Our house was set away back from the road, and our dog, who was in the kitchen at the opposite side of the hallway, was looking out of our window. We have a low window with a window seat. When my dad and I checked, we found nothing there and no sign of any trespass. My parents and I believe the crash was linked with whatever was at the school. Nothing like that happened again, and the occurrences of lights turning on at the school decreased. I emailed the footage into the school when it reopened the following week, after the winter holidays. They confirmed the school had been completely locked and alarmed. For around a year afterwards, I would hear anecdotal reports of oppressive atmospheres from reception staff who were working alone at the school, along with the caretaker and a contractor working in the vicinity of the corridor reporting hearing footsteps. We had experienced other paranormal events in our house in the past, and for a couple of years afterwards, but the crash of the front door was one of the most significant and alarming ones. When I was about 8 or 9, we lived on a farm in rural Alberta. Like, our nearest neighbours were 50 acres away. We had a back porch that was about 15 feet up, and at the base of it were several rain barrels. One day, my mum and I were sitting out back and I was fishing into the rain barrels with a stick and yarn when my mum took a phone call and stepped inside really quick to use the washroom. I was outside for maybe 30 seconds when I reached too far over the railing and fell face first off the deck. As I was falling, I remember knowing that I was going to land face first into the rain barrel, which was full. My fingertips touched the water at the top. Being so young, I didn't realise how dangerous that was, and that I could have likely drowned. As soon as my fingers touched the water, time slowed down to a crawl, and I remember everything so clearly. I felt a hand firmly in the middle of my back between my shoulder blades and a hard push. I remember thinking it was my mom. I did a little flip forward and landed just behind the rain barrel, halfway underneath the deck. I sat up and looked around for my mom, but she wasn't there. So I picked myself up and wiped my bloody face off with both hands, and then used those same hands to open the sliding glass door. About 5 minutes later, my mom came back in the room and screamed because there were bloody handprints all over the window, and I was sitting on my rocking horse with blood running down my face. After I told her what happened, she went outside to look for my dad because we assumed he was the one that pushed me. He was an hour away, and no one else was around. We're religious, and we firmly believe that I was saved by a guardian angel that day. It's not the first or last time that I've had a near-death experience that couldn't be explained as to why I actually lived through it. During my childhood, I used to live in the city of Patna, Bihar. We used to live in a joint family. Back in 2006, my cousin's sister, I'll call her S, had relocated to Bangalore to attend her engineering college. S was always cheerful, respectful, and courteous, and we couldn't ever imagine what was about to happen to her. One day, the doorbell rang, and I went to open the door. When I opened the door, I saw that S was standing there with a solemn look on her face. Our family ushered her in and asked her about the trip home, about 1,500 kilometers, to which she had no recollection. We later found out she had taken a flight home, although she claimed to have no idea. The next 6 months are as easy to recount as they were painful to live through. S started exhibiting signs of depression, although some in the family felt there was something more sinister to it. She wouldn't talk to anyone, wouldn't eat properly. At times she'd start burning up with fever and screaming for it to stop. At night she would start laughing manically, or sometimes wail and tear her hair out. If someone tried to console her, she'd outpour a filthy barrage of abuses in gruff, animal voice. Since my other sister is a psychiatrist, she promptly diagnosed her with depression, stemming from low self-esteem while in college, and started a course of medicines. The medicines were administered to her regularly for 6 months, but her condition didn't improve. My maternal aunt and uncle had reached a breaking point, and they decided to seek help of a master tantric, occult practitioner, and honestly, they'd have done just about anything to get their daughter back. The tantric in question was supposed to be extremely clairvoyant and adept at occult sciences. When he entered our home, S began to scream and wail at the sight of him. The tantric just stared at her for a while, then told us that he'd be going home to perform the exorcism ritual, and we would ensure that S doesn't leave the house during that time. After exactly 3 hours, S again started her screaming, although this time she tried to run out of the house. It took 4 or 5 males in the family to pin her down to the bed, although she still tried jumping out the window. Her screaming brought the entire neighborhood, who gathered around the house to watch the spectacle. After about an hour, she fell completely silent and slept like a baby for another 6 hours. When she woke up, she calmly asked us what she was doing in her home, and not the college hostel where she was supposed to be. She had turned completely normal, except she said she couldn't remember the last 6 months that had passed by. My maternal uncle and aunt met the tantric and asked him what had happened to their daughter. The tantric nonchalantly replied that someone had put a lower class of Muslim spirit called jinn on her. He said that the spirit was induced inside her through first attaching the spirit to her hair, which was then mixed in biryani, a traditional Muslim rice dish, and fed to her. He also told them he knew exactly the identity of the person who did it, but he wasn't allowed to reveal it to them. My uncle then went home and carefully asked S about her the last thing she remembered from college. She told him that she had a Muslim friend who was in love with her and had proposed to her a few months ago. She wasn't interested in him and politely refused his advances. The guy begged her to remain friends, which she did. She said her last memory was the day of Eid, when the Muslim guy had invited her for lunch and served her biryani. She couldn't recollect anything after that. My aunt refused to let her go back to her college after that. She continued her education in a local college and later moved to the US and is living a normal life. Although, we do avoid any mention of what happened to her, so as not to trigger any memories. I've got two unsettling experiences. Both occurred in central North Carolina, USA. I lived in the boonies, so lots of pastures and woodlands. The first one came when I was a young teenager, wrestling with the recent death of a sibling and extraordinarily angry. My home life wasn't stable, and I spent a lot of time in the woods when things got bad. I even spent the night outside when I didn't feel safe inside. The forest around my home was essentially a second home, and I had no fear wandering around for hours into the dark. After the most violent argument to that date at home, I decided to take off into the woods for the night. I left the house early and went into the woods the angriest I've ever been. I remember I ended up screaming, crying, and punching at a tree for a while, until it clicked in my head there was no more sound. North Carolina summers don't exist without the screaming of every kind of insect at all hours of the day. From there, I noticed an encroaching foul odour. I know what dead animals smell like. Hello, country living. And this was like that, but so much more intense and almost sweet. Dread started to set in as I turned to start walking back home. My instincts were screaming at me to run, so I did. I was a chunky teen, and running was not in my wheelhouse, but I was running quickly enough that I crossed the several acres of our property in what felt like seconds. The entire time running up to the crossing and property line, I heard something keeping pace with me from behind. I couldn't see anything from the deck, but I did hear heavy footfalls in the distance. The odour went with them. After that night, I never felt safe in the woods. I never went back into them, and if I had to be outside at night, every outdoor light was on and I stayed far from the tree line. The next event occurred roughly 5 years later. Still a teen, less angry, and still in the country. I left for college and work one morning and crossed a dead doe in the middle of the road. One that turned onto the road I lived on, less than a quarter mile away, that required I drive partially in the ditch to avoid hitting her. Not an uncommon sight, but I made note of it since I would be coming back at night, and if no one had been tried to move her, I ran the risk of startling and hitting any nighttime scavengers in the road. The day was normal other than an unusually late shift at work, courtesy of surprise inventory. By the time I left, it was nearly 1 AM and raining. I took my time coming up on where I knew the doe had been and caught some eye shine on my left. Figured it was a stray animal or a fox taking advantage of an easy meal and glanced in the side view mirror while I passed. It made eye contact with me in the mirror and went from what I'm now certain was a crouch to standing in an instant. And it was tall, I'm dead certain of it. The head looked canine with orange-green eye shine, upper body all matted down with rain. It was too dark for me to see much other than that I was driving fast very quickly. That same odour from the previous experience was in my car. The same dread had me taking the turn that took me away from home and into a 40-minute detour. I ended up calling my parents and begging them to turn the outdoor lights on for me, and booked it to the door once I was home. I never took that road to or from work after that. I've not encountered that odour again, and the woods, especially those around my old home, still feel like they don't want me to be there at best. At worst, that tingle of dread will keep me from venturing too far in. Where I live now, more city than country, what little woodland exists in my immediate area is so thick with homes that any negativity feels weak and muted. I'm not sure what I'm expecting out of sharing this, but I've never told anyone out of fear that I'll be ridiculed for saying some kind of demon chased me in the woods, or I saw what kind of looked like a werewolf chowing down on some roadkill. Just to clarify, I do believe in ghosts, only because I believe I encountered one. I'm a very skeptical person and not one to believe just anything. Also, my sister and grandma saw the exact same figure, and I didn't find out till years later. For some context, I was about 7 years old, waiting for my mom to pick me up to take me to school. My mother would drop me off my sister at my different school, zero period, and pick me up to take me to my school. I would usually watch TV and wait for her. On this particular morning, I remember I was sitting on her bed and felt like I was being watched. I turned my head out the room and looked into the hallway and saw a black figure of an older man in a sombrero just standing there staring at me. I ran and closed the door till my mother got home. I was so scared, but I didn't tell her anything. The weird part was I knew it wasn't human, and it was not a comforting feeling. It was all black, but I could make it that it must have been a short old man with a sombrero. About 18 years later, I was talking to my grandma, who told me she had seen a ghost at that same apartment twice. She described the guy exactly as I did without knowing my story. Also told me my sister saw him numerous times. That apartment always felt sad and depressing. Everyone who ever came there said they felt uneasy or that it had a horrible vibe to it. My stepdad moved in after 2 months, wanted us to move out. While my mom never saw anything, she felt like she couldn't move out, even though she wanted to. To this day, I'll never forget what I saw, and I believe in ghosts because I believe I witnessed one. Also, my grandma said that a lady had just died in that apartment before we moved in, according to the neighbours. Also, I never ever sleep with or even have the door open to my room now. In 2007 and 8, I moved into an apartment in rural Pennsylvania, about 30 minutes outside of Allentown. I got hooked up with it because some friends of the family had been the prior tenants. It was an older 2-floor house. I lived in the top half and was kind of beat up, but all I could afford as an 18-year-old paying for classes at a community college and working. It was great. It was the first time I was truly on my own. I lived there for about a few months with 2 cats, one I had since I was like 3. The first thing I ever noticed, looking back on it anyways, is that the oldest cat would occasionally sit and meow at the same corner of the house. Something she had never really done before. I always thought it was weird, but brushed it off as a cat being a typical weird cat. From time to time, later in the evenings, I would get an uneasy feeling of just being in the apartment. Usually I would just turn on some lights in the hallway or the bedroom at the end of the hall to make myself feel better. 2 years went by of living in the apartment, and the uneasy feelings occasionally came and went. Often at night as I slept, my TV would make a noise that sounded like someone would flick the side of the plastic with their finger, but I never thought much about it. Now to the chalkboard. The apartment was built around a long hallway with the stairs leading up in the middle, with the kitchen directly across from the stairs. To the right was a small bathroom, and at the end of the hall was my bedroom with an attic-style closet. To the left was an office with a door that led to the attic, and at the end of the left side was my living room. Across the hall from the office and before the living room was a large chalkboard permanently attached to the wall. I had tons of notes on this board related to work and school. Phone numbers, tasks to do, names, appointments, you name it. Probably 2 years worth of notes that were rarely if ever erased because I was a lazy 18-year-old. I had everything on that chalkboard written down. One weekend, a girl I was dating came home from her college to stay for a few days. I couldn't get off work, so we had breakfast and I headed out for the day. To be nice, she did some chores and tidying up around my apartment. When I came home from work, I came up the stairs and headed into the living room, where she was sitting and watching TV. I noticed immediately that around a third of my chalkboard was erased. I was furious and immediately asked her why she would erase my notes, to which she replied, "I didn't touch the chalkboard." Well, seeing as the chalkboard was clearly missing information, complete with eraser marks, I asked her how the hell it got like that then. She replied, "I don't know." It was a short argument, but I was pretty mad that she was lying to my face. Eventually we got over it and headed out to dinner and a movie. When we returned to the apartment, I noticed that everything was back on the chalkboard. Every note, number, and name was as though it had never been touched. The eraser marks were gone, and it was all in my handwriting. We absolutely freaked out, and she started crying almost immediately and left to stay with her parents. I called my mother to tell her what had happened, and she was visiting the friends who hooked me up with the apartment. And they told me they swore it was haunted while they lived there, and that their dog would stare at the same corner my cat did. They said they never mentioned it because they knew I would have refused to live there. My last 2 years of high school, my dad, stepmom, little brother, stepsister, and I lived in a house that used to belong to my stepmom's mother and her stepfather. So I had been in this house many times throughout my childhood. When I was 7 or 8, my sister and I were staying at this house with her grandma on a summer day when my dad and stepmom were at work. I was in the living room watching TV, while everyone else was in one of the back bedrooms playing a card game. From where the couch was, you had a clear view of the hallway that led to the 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. I saw a very tall shadow in the shape of a man saunter down the hallway and into the bedroom across from the one everyone was in. I remember being very scared and ran down the hallway to the room everyone else was in. I never told my family until I was older. Fast forward 10 years later. I'm in high school, now living in this house. My boyfriend and I were in the bedroom watching TV with the door open, because, strict parents. The only other person home was my stepmom, who was in her bedroom asleep. My boyfriend casually says, "Oh, Jodie, my stepmom, is awake." I said, "What? No, she's not. She's asleep in her room. I didn't hear a door open." He looked at me and seemed frightened. He said, "No, I literally just watched her walk down the hallway." I was annoyed at this point because I knew she wasn't up. We went down the hall and I opened her door. She was sound asleep. He freaked out and swore someone walked down the hallway. I told him my story about the shadow man I saw in the hallway as a child, and he wanted to leave, he was so scared. We were the only 2 I know of that saw that, but my dad seemed to have always seen what he believed was the spirit of a little girl in our house. He was watching TV in the living room once, and he saw a child's head peek around the edge of the hallway. My baby brother was about 5 at the time, and was in his room asleep. My dad assumed this was my little brother who had gotten out of bed, so he told my little brother to go back to bed, and the child disappeared. This happened 2 more times, and after the last time, my dad had had enough. He went back to my brother's room and was shocked to find that he was sound asleep in bed. He wasn't pretending either. My dad double-checked. My dad had other experiences with this little girl which seemed to happen in the kitchen while he was cooking. He claims he would see her standing next to him, very close like little kids do if they're being shy. My stepmom was terrified of these types of things and didn't like talking about the paranormal, but one day, with tears in her eyes, she also described this little girl who once even tugged on the bottom of her shirt in the kitchen. My other personal story? It was a weekend and I was up till like 2 a.m. I went to the kitchen for a drink. When I was putting my cup in the sink, I heard a female voice behind me say, "Hey." I assumed it was my stepmom and said to her, "I didn't know you were awake." I turned around to find nobody there. My last story of our creepy house. My sister and her friend were in her bedroom. I heard a crash and then scream. I ran back to her room, which was also the one the shadow man went into when I was a child. They were both wide-eyed and scared as hell. They said they were just sitting on her bed and every last knick-knack, clock, etc. flew off her nightstand and onto the floor. It was super weird. In 2019, I lived in an old house in a historically working-class neighborhood outside of Baltimore. My friend, I only visited him once, we weren't that close, had lived there a year before while going to college, and his lease was up, so I'd moved in as it was a cheap option with a few friends. I spent a lot of time alone in this house. I didn't believe in ghosts. I heard creaking that sounded like footsteps from the basement a lot, but wrote it off as house settling. Things would randomly fall off the pantry, but I had just assumed they were misplaced there. The first night we were there, the basement flooded and became a huge PITA. One night I went to bed and had woken up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow figure whose body was defined, but his facial features were not, standing at the foot of my bed staring at me. I assumed I was in a dream and opened my eyes wider, but realised I was awake. I rolled over and looked back and still saw it. I didn't have any feelings of fear or panic during this time. This occurred one other time. The basement looked creepy. Coming from a small closet consistently smelled of natural gas. The curtains would always fall down from the windows. If you walked in from the back of the house, you would feel as if something was looking over you and following you. Almost as if something was chasing you out. One of my friends later visited me. He claimed that he was sensitive to ghosts. I never really did believe him. We could hear footsteps under us in the basement. He asked if the ghost could show us a sign. The motion-activated floodlights from another house turned on and turned off when we asked it to. I reached out to my friend who had previously lived there to ask if he had experienced anything paranormal. I hadn't explained to him what I saw, just that question. He said that in the same room I was in, his roommate woke up to a figure standing over him. Someone who had crashed in the living room also saw it once. He lived in the basement and complained of this thing moving or randomly breaking. Over the course of my roommate living there, he became increasingly irritable, which was unlike him as I had known him my entire life. We were all happy when that lease ended. I grew up in central Indiana in the 9-county region. My parents had kids before they were ready, and it resulted in us not having much money growing up. My parents struggled to make ends meet, and it resulted in my grandparents raising me for large portions of the day so that my parents could work. My grandparents' home had a storied past. It was built in the mid-1800s, prior to the onset of the Civil War. Supposedly, the first owner was to stop on the Underground Railroad, and this resulted in the house having false walls that opened up to small enclosed areas. It was bizarre, and my friends thought it was the coolest thing to have these tiny passages throughout the house. My father actually grew up in the place too. It was a 2-story, single-family dwelling with an attic and a basement. Growing up, my father and grandfather would crack jokes about Mr. Cooper. I didn't know anyone by that name, and when asked, my father would always say that the guy was just the previous owner of the home. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just knew that my father wasn't overly fond of the second floor of the home and wouldn't take anything upstairs to the second floor unless the sun was out. Again, I was a child and thought nothing of this, as I only stayed on the first floor anyway. My grandparents died when I was a child and left the home to my father because of his financial issues at the time. There were 3 bedrooms at the top of the stairs with a staircase leading down to the first level. My brother and I were forced to share one of these rooms because the middle room had been completely converted into a junk room over time by my grandparents. They were born prior to the onset of the Great Depression and rationing in World War II. As a result, they kept everything and just stored it in this one room. The door was hard to open because of the amount of junk in there and was stacked so densely there wasn't really anywhere to walk. If you've ever seen an episode of Hoarders, that one room looked like that, just without the dead animals and decaying food. My sister had the 3rd bedroom to herself, which we referred to as the blue room because the walls were painted blue. My grandmother seemed to dread that particular room, but I thought nothing of it at the time. My bedroom and the blue room were the locations of the only 2 false walls I knew about. Both of the closets had a wall that required a minimal amount of force to expose a smaller closet on the other side. Because my grandmother died when I was a child, I never thought to ask why she hated that room. I know why she hated it now. It only took a year to find out. On Christmas Eve in 2001, I was sleeping in the blue room with my brother and sister. The house predated central heating and cooling. Instead, the house had a fireplace that heated the entire house through a network of pipes that fed the smoke through a couple of chimneys. We also depended on window-mounted air conditioners to cool the house in each room. These were the same units my grandparents bought with analog dials to set temperature that made a click sound every time you turned it. As such, we tended to congregate into whichever room was cooler or hotter to sleep in. On that particular night, it was the blue room. On that night, I was woken up by the bedroom door slipping open and opening slightly. We had pets, so my assumption was that it was one of the animals wanted to warm up too. As I attempted to go to sleep, I heard the air conditioner come on and the clicking of the temperature dials. I sat up to look over at the machine and saw nothing there, just the dials turning back and forth. I yelled for my sister to get up and the dials suddenly stopped turning. At that moment, the door just shut the rest of the way on its own. My brother was still sound asleep, but my sister and I sat there terrified. We had to yell for our parents to turn on the stairway light, which was on the other side of that door, before either of us would leave. Needless to say, I never slept in that room again. Flash forward a couple years to somewhere in 2003 or 4. My dad works his tail off to get a high-paying position that results in us doing some renovations to the house, including my bedroom. At that time, the only unusual activity I had heard was footsteps upstairs once in a while, during the night in periods where I felt like I was being watched or I wasn't alone, despite knowing that no one else was there. Because of the renovations, the curtain rods had not yet been installed on my bedroom windows. The only bedroom windows that I had faced the country road that ran just in front of the house, which resulted in any car going by having its headlights flood my bedroom with light. It was late that night and I woke up to a scratching sound coming from the wall behind my bed. The sound was so loud that my brother woke up too. This wasn't especially odd, as we had some vermin get into the walls during the renovations and were still in the process of getting them out. However, it didn't stop at scratching. What was scratching turned into what sounded like finger tapping on the wall and then full-blown knocking. To this day, I believe those sounds came from the hidden room. My brother and I shot up out of bed as soon as we heard that knocking and were grabbing our stuff to leave. At that moment, I immediately got the feeling that we weren't alone again. A passing car suddenly filled the room with light, and because of the physics of light coming from a passing car, it basically provided light to the room in stages and then faded out. As the light began to fade, my brother and I saw a dark humanoid figure standing by the window. It didn't have any features at all. I just remember it being a figure, and it was gone once all of the light was gone from the room. My brother and I then dashed out of that room screaming. From that point on, we refused to sleep up there at all and slept downstairs in the living room. Quite frankly, I didn't want to go up there for anything anymore. Flash forward again to 2010. I don't go up there for anything beyond clothes and, like my father, will only go for so long as the sun is out. The unexplained footsteps still happen once in a while, but nothing prepared me for what was going to happen on one particular night. I had already been a couple of years into college at this point, and went to an out-of-state university just to get away from the place. So I was only there for several weeks out of the entire year. My brother was going through some mental health stuff at the time, and destroyed the door at the bottom of the staircase leading upstairs by tearing it off of its hinges. My father just left it in the stairwell to fix it later, but never got around to the later. I was sleeping on the couch in the downstairs living room, where I had been sleeping since that incident in 2004. My brother and sister were out with friends, and my parents had gone out on a date night, leaving me alone with the animals. I woke up to my cats hissing at what I assumed was one another, but on closer inspection appeared to be the dining room where that doorway to the staircase was at. Suddenly, I heard a series of footsteps in the junk room, directly above the living room where I was. I was caught off guard because, again, there wasn't anywhere to walk in that room. I then heard the creaking of the door leading to that junk room, which again made no sense. The door opens heading into the room, and there was so much crap in there that my father couldn't bear to part with after death of his parents, that you couldn't open it easily. I was already getting up to head out into the dining room because the front door to the house was there. I had no intention of staying in that place by myself with Mr. Cooper. Suddenly, those footsteps sounded like they were jogging down the stairs to come into the dining room with me. As they got louder, I realised they were getting closer to the ground level, and I made a beeline for the front door. Just as I was leaving, I heard the sound of a crash as the broken door flew across the room into a curio cabinet that smashed one of its glass walls. The footsteps were so loud, I could hear them darting back up the stairs. I drove away from the area to a department store a few miles away and told my parents to meet me there. I refused to ever be in that home alone. Thankfully, once I got back to college again, my parents informed me that my father had a new job across the country and I wouldn't have to go back. I don't know what Mr. Cooper is, but the house was ultimately torn down. We couldn't sell it because nobody wanted it. The person who ultimately bought it wanted it exclusively for the land and not the structures on it. It was to their benefit. I couldn't imagine putting anyone else through what I saw, and I don't know what my parents would have been forthright over it out of fear. It would scare buyers away. In any case, I'd say that Mr. Cooper got what he wanted because we all left. But he's homeless now. I do have one weird photo. My niece was born to my sister and spent the first year of her life in that house. We have a photo of her sitting in a high chair with something in the frame. I think it's just the hand of the person taking the photo coming into frame and then quickly being moved. But my sister is adamant that my niece wanted out of that chair and she took a photo with both hands. She's also adamant that she sees a face in the upper right of the photo. I'll let you all be the judge of that. For context, the black space behind whatever is in the photo is the staircase leading to the second floor, where all of this activity seemed to originate. The reason you are seeing a black void in place of a door is because this photo was taken nearly 6 or 7 months after that door was tossed completely across the dining room. The door was damaged and was never replaced after the incident. The object directly to my niece's left is the same curio cabinet that was damaged as a result of the door incident. The glass on the side closest to my niece was damaged from that incident too and never replaced. A couple of weeks ago, I received word from my mother while I was on the phone with her that the family friend that the property had been sold to reached out to my father in an attempt to see if he would be interested in repurchasing it. She explained that Dad still has an attachment to the property, as it was the only thing left to him after his parents died. The rest of his siblings got money, and he no longer has it. His siblings have also been rather critical of the fact that the property was demolished and sold, despite the fact that none of them ever wanted it over the money. As such, that friend agreed to contact Dad first if they had an interest in selling it. To make a long story short, the activities does not appear to have ceased with the demolition of the house. Rather, it has simply moved to the other functional buildings that were on the property. But there were a variety of smaller buildings that dotted the property. They included a chicken house, a garage warehouse, a cattle building, a milk house. I have no idea what the original function of this building was, as we never used it. This was the label we gave it. And a partially dilapidated building that sat adjacent to the house. The dilapidated building, as well as the house itself, were demolished completely. The remaining buildings were left standing as this friend intended the property to be used as an additional farm. Since acquiring the property, the friend described 4 issues to my father that have created their desire to sell. The first is that they are having an issue with lights that are randomly turning off and on, thereby driving their electricity bill up, as the only thing that even lives on the property is livestock. They got smart and attempted to address the problem by removing light bulbs from the trouble buildings, but found that lights would simply turn on at other properties. The second issue is that the livestock are getting loose, without being let out by our family friend. They've installed electric fences, gates, and chain link fencing in an attempt to keep their livestock contained on the property. Unfortunately, the gates are being left open and the animals are simply getting out and running amok. They attempted to address the problem by tying rope to secure the gate, but would just find the knots untied after getting a call about the animals going into the road. The only thing that appears to have lessened is the installation of locks on these gates. The third issue is that they have converted what used to be our garage into a warehouse for holding tractors, other agriculture equipment, and a tool workshop. Regardless of time of day, they stated that they have heard footsteps walking on the wooden rafters of the warehouse, as well as hearing knocking sounds on the doors and walls. It's gotten to a point where they no longer feel comfortable working there after an incident, in which they left the warehouse to grab some items from their truck, and returned to find that the deadbolt had been engaged on the door they just walked out of. No one else is there. The final issue is the big one: 911 calls. A couple years ago, they said that they were visited by the county sheriff's office to discuss the fact that 911 calls are pinging out of the property. There's no one on the other end of the line, and the calls will just sit there if permitted to. Much like us, they had an issue with break-ins because the property is not actively lived on, so they simply assumed that the only working phone on the property had been triggered somehow after the break-ins. They uninstalled the phone, but the calls are still happening, and the problem has gotten serious enough that the county started sending in bills for the bogus calls because the sheriff's office is responding and finding nothing and no one on the property but the animals. Since they service an entire county, they're getting frustrated responding to the considerable distance it takes to get to that location, just to find no issue. The property is effectively a business for them now, and they're eating a loss on their revenue because of the bills associated with these bullshit calls. So I travel a bit for work, and I've stayed in lots of hotels, and I try to stay in hotels that are presumed haunted. The Mender Hotel in San Antonio being my favourite, and in my book, confirmed haunted, but that's a story for another time. So this time I had a quick in and out job to do some field measurements in Las Vegas, at another hotel lobby. No big deal. However, that hotel I was working on was booked, so the Planet Hollywood wasn't, and it was across the street, plus it was cheap. So I decided to stay there on this trip. At the time, I didn't know anything about the history. No night ghost hunting, no town ghosts, tours, just in and out. The less time I'm in Vegas, all the better. So I check in, go to the room. Nice room, comfortable bed, very clean, COVID and modern. Not my style, but whatever. Overall, I would stay there again. So I settle in, drop stuff, and head over to the job site to take measurements. So far, pretty normal and boring. Get done, get dinner, and grab some snacks for the night. Have a very early flight, so no partying, and they have the good stations for movie time. So I'm in the room, sitting watching some Olympics, when I hear what sounds like someone putting the key card in the slot, followed by my trying to handle. Also locks when you close the door, plus I put the dead latch on as well. It moves 3 times, then stops. I don't hear anything else and go back to watching TV, figuring someone came to the wrong door very commonly. So about 15 minutes go by and I hear the same thing again, but this time a bit harder, and then I hear what I think is whispering outside of the door. Can't hear what they are saying, but I can imagine. They try again, and this time really hard, then nothing. Now it's at that point I'm a bit nervous, but again, not held to a rookie. And it happens a lot, so the Olympics is way more important. About another 15 minutes or so go by, and I hear it again, but softer. And almost like they're trying to sneak it open, but it still doesn't open. I also hear whispers, but I can't make it out. This time, I go up to the door to see if I can see out, but no peephole. Then I see the handle move a little back, then up. It does it again, and again it's not moving much because it's locked, but still enough where I'm a bit weirded out. So this time I yell out, "The room's taken," half thinking that I'd get a response of sorry or hey, this is our room, etc. However, nothing, and at this point, I realise I can't hear them leaving. But all day I can hear the footsteps of everyone else walking and talking as they pass by my room. So at that point, I go over to the bed and sit down thinking about the end of that, and either they'll bring a manager and we'll sort it. A couple of hours go by, and now it's late. Not sure about the time, but Big Trouble in Little China is on, so I don't care if the awesome movie deserves my complete attention. Then I hear it again. Key goes in, slot and handle turns. I get mad and rush the door, half expecting some drunk idiots trying to get in the room, and when I open it, nothing. Look both ways down the hall, nothing. However, I can hear whispering, which I walk in that direction and turn the corner and there was nothing there. Now I get that tingle in my spine that I like when I have encounters of weird stuff happen. I go back to my room and as I'm in the front of the door, I hear whispers again coming from behind me. I turn and look at nothing. Get inside and close the door, and as I walk away from the door, I hear it again. Card in slot and handle turns. Now at this point I was a bit unnerved, but if the Menga and Coronado taught me anything, it turned that into some fun. Unfortunately, I didn't have any gear except my cell phone, which isn't really going to help. But I did want to know what the deal was. Jump on the good old Google and look it up. Turns out Planet Hollywood used to be the Aladdin, and then something before that. A couple people died here, and the more I look, the more I realised that I may be on the side that had a couple deaths, as well as some other stuff happen. Well, that made this trip a whole lot better, so busted out the cell phone recorder and tried to get the door or whisper either on camera or sound recording, which I'll upload if I see or hear anything if it looks juicy enough to do so. So the door did it a few more times over the night, and the whispers keep going throughout the night. And before you say the whispers are other people, there's a very distinct difference between what I was hearing and what it sounds like when the living walk down the hall. Plus you can hear and feel them walking. So the final thing that happened was when I was in bed. Later the wall that separated the bed area from the bathroom sounded like something being dragged across the floor. And then it sounded like the bathroom tube was running. Went into the bathroom and nothing was running. I sat back in the bed, and this time it sounded like the bathroom tube was running. Went into the bathroom, and nothing was running. I sat back in bed, and this time it sounded like it was coming from the wall, not the bathroom. It happened twice, and then stopped. And I left the hotel. I felt a little sad. A boring night turned into a hair-raising good time. Oh, and no, it doesn't make Las Vegas any better. However, the hotel was good, and the beds were comfortable. So people have asked about some of the other encounters I've had. So I figured I'd share one of my favourite places, the Menja Hotel in San Antonio, Texas. I'm sure most people that are into ghosts or the paranormal have heard about the Menja Hotel. It has a long history and has seen its fair share of events, so I won't bore you with the history. It doesn't hurt that it's parked next to the Alamo either. I love the Menja, and not because it produces some of my favourite encounters, but because it's a great old hotel and the staff there are always on point. I'm not much of a modern hotel guy. I like a hotel with history and charm instead of a modern look or a bunch of extras I don't use. And the Menja has just the right amount of it. Big shout out to the Menja. That's it for the promo. I'm sure you didn't come for an advert. Story time. This will be a collection of the encounters I've had during my many stays there. The story starts off pretty boring. I booked there because I went to do a site review for a job and wanted to stay in a haunted hotel, and they said the Menja was the place. Needless to say, the first day didn't produce results, and even the ghost tour was pretty standard. But hey, it was well done, and I learned the history. The next trip back was a different story. I booked there again because this time I just liked the hotel and the staff. Checked in and went up to my room, which was located on the Alamo side. Unlike the first time, I passed a mirror in the hallway that overlooked the balcony, and on the other side, I saw a woman dressed in period clothing. At first I thought it was one of the ghost tour ladies, because that's how they dressed. But by the time I wiped my head around to look at her, there wasn't anyone there. I shook my head. I thought I overlaying the painting from downstairs in my head. However, when I got closer to my room door, there's another mirror at the end of the hallway, and I saw her in the reflection again. I turned around to see if someone was there, but there wasn't. That made me uneasy, but I smiled and thought this was going to be a good trip, even if I didn't experience another thing the whole trip that was worth it. Well, it didn't stop there. Later that night, I was getting ready to go out to dinner. My bathroom light came on all by itself, and no joke, it looked like there was a shadow being chased onto the floor coming out of the bathroom. I walked over and looked in and couldn't find a reason for the shadow, which I was now standing on. Well, I quickly finished getting ready and went to dinner. I needed a drink, lol. At dinner, my client asked how I liked the Mender, and I told him I loved it. He asked if I had seen any shadows without people attached to them. I told him about the mirror woman, but not the shadow in the bathroom. I wanted to figure that one out first. Got back to my room and the light was off in the bathroom. As I walked by, I said thank you for turning it off, half joking. I put my stuff down and returned to the bathroom and turned the light on. No shadow. I tried some different things to make it happen, but nothing close, and all I kept thinking was there was a ghost laughing his ass off watching me try and figure it out. The night finished out quietly, and except for the shadows under the door that I just took as people walking by quietly, nothing else was talking about. The next trip ramped up a bit. When I checked in this time, I asked if I could have the same side that I had the last time, and they gave me one that I could look right out over the Alamo courtyard. That was cool. So this time, I had a bit more time because it was an install. Started off boring the first day. That night, decided to take a ghost tour of downtown. But first off to Fuddruckers, yay. The next day, nothing during the day, and then I went to dinner. As I came back, there was a tour going on in the hotel, but I was tired from the day. I went to bed after watching some TV, and a couple of hours later, there was a bright light coming from outside. I'd forgotten to close the curtains before I went to bed. As I was closing them, I noticed that the light was a street light across the way, and under this was a little gate, and in front of the gate there was a person standing there, and I noticed that it looked like a monk or someone in a long robe and a hood. What was odd was that I could see through him in areas like wherever the light hit him, the shadow areas. He looked real as anything. I watched him for a moment just to make sure he wasn't just some dude. So when I finally was like, get your phone, I reach over, and when I came back, nothing was there, and a person was walking by. I felt bummed out and went back to bed. The next night was my last night for this trip, and did the normal dinner, drinks with the client, and then to bed. Had an early flight, so I wanted to get some sleep. As I walked down my hallway, I saw a shadow banking off the wall. I walked down the hallway after looking at it for a moment because the problem is that there is no light source or door there. There's no reason for there to be a shadow of a person on that wall. It was like a light from a room was behind a person, and it cast the shadow on the wall opposite of the room. Just, there isn't a room there, or even a light source. As I got closer, it just disappeared like someone closed the door. I went over and looked around for the light source or something like that, but I couldn't find anything that would do the trick. So I walked back to my room. As I got to the door, I saw a shadow under the door pass by, like if someone was under it. I opened it, half expecting someone to jump from behind the door, but nothing. I finished the night without any more surprises, and left with some interesting stories. The latest trip right before the drink virus hit was weird. I was on the other side of the hotel, the original part, and was coming to my room after a meeting when I thought I almost ran into someone coming out of my room, pivoted back to miss them. But when I looked to see who I almost hit, there wasn't anyone there or in the area. When I finally got into my room my bed was made. Quick note about me, I dislike my sheets tucked in. What made me a bit upset was the fact I put the do not disturb sign on the door. I called down to the desk to ask why someone felt they needed to clean my room when I asked it not to be. They said they hadn't started cleaning yet. I told them someone was just here and I almost ran into them. The nice guy behind on the phone said, "Oh, you just met Sally." He apologized for her overexcited work ethic. However, let me know there isn't anything they can do to stop her from doing her job, because she's a ghost. We both laughed and hung up, and then asked Sally if she was going to make the bed again. Please don't tuck the sheets in. That night I was sleeping, and I kept feeling a cold breeze on my feet, like the sheet was being lifted off my feet. I kept moving my feet to put them back under the covers, but kept feeling the breeze. Finally, I laid and said, okay, I get it. That's why you took them. After that, I think she let me be. The next day, I was flying out and left a tip and a note that said, sorry, Sally, I didn't understand the importance of the sheets took. Thank you for all the hard work you do. I got an email from the hotel thanking me for the note to Sally. Apparently she gets a lot of thank you notes. I haven't been back yet since things have opened back up, but I look forward to it and can't wait to see what other encounters I have. I wouldn't mind meeting with Teddy or the Duke, that would be pretty cool. However, like I said, it wouldn't matter. The mender and the staff is why I go back, including Sally. My family and I lived in a really nice house from 2006 to 2015 in an old coal mining town. Our basement was huge and furnished, and I spent most of my time down there because it was a TV, my computer, all my toys. It was like my own personal space. And this is also where my friends and I would hang out when I had them over. One day, I had my best friend at the time over. We were around 10, 11, 12, I want to say. The two of us were really into paranormal shit, and since we lived in an old coal mining town, we thought it'd be fun to try and see if there were ghosts or something. I should note that before this, my friend stated whenever she stayed the night at my house, during the night she'd see shadows of people holding hands against the wall. We downloaded the free EVP apps on our little iPod touches, thinking it'd do something. But strangely enough, it would say things like coal and mine, which we thought was odd, even if it was an app that probably wasn't going to be accurate anyway. Another time, I had the same friend over, and we decided to actually communicate with these ghosts. I'd ask them basic questions, and ask them to respond with tapping once for no, twice for yes. I shit you not, I asked if someone was there and we heard 2 taps on the bookcase against the wall. This freaked us the fuck out. We asked it another question after that and it responded again. I don't remember what the question was that time. Not long after that, we grabbed a ball and set it on a table in front of us. There was no airflow and the ball was kind of heavy. We asked the ghost if he wanted to play, and bruh, it rolled the ball off the table. It was wild. Another time for my 12th birthday party, I had 4 friends over and told them the story of how my house was possibly haunted. They were really intrigued and I asked the ghost if it was there to let us know by tapping or dimming the lights or something. Nothing happened, but about an hour later, we were just chilling and all of a sudden, all of the lights in the house turned off. Another time I was alone in my room chilling on my iPod, and across the room there was an outlet and I had a cord plugged into it, but not charging anything. It was a thick plug and the outlet wasn't flimsy either. I was just chilling and all of a sudden, I watched with my own 2 eyes the plug unplug itself. I was across the room. How could that have happened? I mean, the plug was in the socket. There's no way it could have come out on its own. But yet, it did. A family member bought an antique box. She looked at it and walked about 20 feet away from it, then was drawn back to the object, looked at it closer. It was a great price and she decided to buy it. After bringing it home today, it sat in the garage for a few hours. Later on, she went outside to clean it and wash it out and brought it inside the home, into a room near the kitchen and left the object there on the table. She took several photos of the object on the table, then immediately went into the kitchen to clean the dishes. While cleaning dishes, she left an intense force rushing up on her to grab her. She felt the actual pressure on her left side from the disembodied voice coming up on her, and heard something make a sound in her left ear. She said she can't remember the exact sound, but when she originally told me, it was almost like a negative ah. It wasn't a high-pitched yell or anything, like a medium range sound. It made her jump and made her let out a loud shrieking sound. It was an intense, immediate feeling of panic when it did happen, she said. The feeling went away only after telling any negative spirits and energies to leave and that they are not welcome here, saying it out loud several times in the garage and inside the house, while placing a Bible on the object and holding a cross. At first, when it happened, she thought someone else was playing a trick on her in the house. The feeling of a male figure, she actually thought it was a husband coming up on her to mess with her, but there was no one around. The closest person was in the bathroom, quite a distance away, and another person was on a separate floor of the house. After hearing the shrieking or yelling sound she made, the family member in the bathroom quickly came into the kitchen and asked what had just happened. It all happened very quickly, around 5:40 p.m. local time. This is not the first time an object has been purchased, brought home, and very strange things started happening. For example, an antique wood clock that was purchased in another state. It was a clock that would hang on the wall and had a very solid latch that would keep it closed. We'd come down several times in the morning and the clock would be completely open as if someone moved it over the latch and opened it up. Sometimes the TV would even be turned on to different screens in that same room. But no one messed with the clock and no one turned on the TV. You would even hear people yelling out your name as if someone was calling for you, but no one was. After getting rid of the clock, those issues basically completely stopped. Today's example was the most negative feeling of all the paranormal experiences in this home. But again, things felt much better after telling it to leave and that it's not welcome here. The other experiences did not feel negative, maybe playful or trickster-like, but nothing negative. However, the name calling out has somewhat persisted or continued on, but it's still very infrequent / off and on. We could call this one the nun from the graveyard. This is one of the few experiences multiple people had at the same time. So only me and my dad are the ones in the family that was able to see ghosts, and for some reason, we was driving past the graveyard and I thought it would be a good idea to explore it. For reference, the people in the car were my mum and dad in the front, dad driving, and me and my sister in the back. Mum and I got out and did a loop around on the other side of the church, on the right side from the car. I saw a nun crying into her hands by a gravestone who wasn't there before. I just continued walking. Then at the front of the church, on the way back to the car, I turned around and the nun was following us. I walked really fast and called to my mom to hurry up or I would leave without her. After getting in the car, I looked out the window, but I couldn't see the nun, so I thought it was safe. The car left the church really fast, faster than I had ever known my dad to drive. That night, I was telling my dad about what I had seen, and he went pale. He had seen it too, but my mom hadn't. My dad explained that after mom had got in the car, the nun got in the car too, and the nun was sat kind of inside my mom. He drew a picture to explain it, like half nun, half mom, mom staring out the front window, and the nun staring at my dad. She apparently had red eyes. My dad drove off really fast to get her out of the car because of ghost boundaries, and he was terrified. What I'm about to tell you happened in my previous house where I lived for 20 years. When I was about 10 years old is when it all started. I was in the kitchen with my mother. She was washing something in the sink and I was doing my homework. In front of her was a window facing the neighbour's house. We both heard a voice and thought the other had spoken. After realising that it wasn't me, she thought it might have been the neighbour, so we played it down, but within seconds, I turned my head to the right and saw a figure completely in black, walking towards my parents' room. To give you a mental image, it looked like the Grim Reaper. I immediately told my mother that someone came into their room, and obviously, when she went and turned on the light, there was no one there. Then, some years later, I saw the same figure again in the street. I was in the car with my parents, and I saw it in the middle of the road, kind of looking at me. We drove through it, and when I turned around, It was in the same place, but it was facing me. Then there was another incident that I can't remember, but the last time I saw it was again in my house. I was about 16 years old. I was in the living room. From there, I could see part of the kitchen, when all of a sudden, I saw it walk by. When I went there again, nothing was there. Apart from these apparitions, other things were happening. I remember one time I was trying to fall asleep and I felt someone sitting on my bed. And my favourite moment was when I was, again, with my mother in the kitchen and the electronic ignition of the oven that hadn't worked for years made a noise. I jokingly said, "If there's someone in here, give me a sign." And immediately the same sound started repeating itself for a couple of seconds. I definitely learned my lesson after that day and never joked about something like that again. It's been 4 years since we moved out of that house, not because of the paranormal things that were happening there, and I haven't experienced anything like that again. 2 years ago, I found out that the new owner died in the hallway of that house from a heart attack. So add that to the list of spooky things that happened there. To this day, I wonder what was in that house, what kind of entity it was, and what it wanted. As a child, I had a croup attack. For those that don't know, it's a respiratory virus that closes off your windpipes. In other words, seamless suffocation. Apparently pretty common. What was strange was a shadow figure, solid black, no details at all other than a black mass, of a lady crawled up to the front of my bed and started choking me out. I don't remember what happened right after that, but from the stories my parents told me, I ran into their room, got taken to ER at 80 miles an hour, had a scalpel 1.5 inches from my throat, and I could breathe again. I had an out-of-body experience while I was unconscious and watched my mom, my dad, and the nurses. Fast forward to 2018 when I turned 16. My dad had custody of me, and we lived at my grandma's because of poverty. I was asleep on the couch in the basement. My dad and I had split it in half, like roommates with a dresser and TV in between us. I awoke at 3:27 or something, turn around, and I see a golden-eyed lady halfway out of the wall. She had more detail. Her hair floated as if she was underwater. She was opaque. Her skin looked dry, like it could flake off of her grey cheeks. Worst part was she was reaching her hand towards my shoulder, but I stared at her for 5 or something minutes straight. As I stared at her, it was like she was frozen and couldn't move at all. I turned away and rubbed my eyes and looked back. Sure enough, she was still there. I wasn't baptized at birth, and I don't regularly attend church. What scared me, though, was the very next day I looked up shadow people with golden glowing eyes and found a page that said, "The golden eyes are a sign of death." For the past 3 days, something has been happening. A mysterious dark figure has continued to visit me. It's not a sleep paralysis demon. I was able to move and witness it. I know it isn't a hallucination. I've felt and seen those before. They come to me through my lack of sleep, but this was much darker, more sinister. Day 1. It all started after an extremely long day at work. I came back home at around 4 p.m. It was a lot of dumb stuff we had to deal with, the usual with my line of work. Get told to do something, end up waiting 2 hours just to not do it. My day was already not going well. I played video games like usual, talked to my girlfriend on the phone, watched YouTube, and ended up going to sleep at about 1 in the morning. That's when it happened. My eyes started to slowly open. I don't know why. It was like I had to get ready for something, but for what? A few seconds later, a strange noise occurred. A set of keys, they were jingling very loudly. It was as if someone was trying to find which one was the key to my room, and in a frantic hurry, my eyes opened all the way to reveal the dark figure behind me. It rushes at full speed, As I stand up in horror, it backs off and fades away. My heart pounds, and I'm out of breath. I dash for the light, look around for a moment trying to make sense of it all. Nothing. I got up to get some water, chugged it down, turned off the lights, and went back to sleep. Day 2, it was the same thing, almost like a fever dream. The keys jingling, the dark figure running at me, but as soon as I would stand up, it would vanish without a trace. I'm starting to think I'm crazy. I would see things like this a lot during my childhood. I had many haunting experiences, seen many spirits, even had conversations with them. But it all went away when I turned 14. I thought I was safe again. The voice in my head that would constantly fill my headspace with awful thoughts about myself and the people around me was gone. But it seems that whatever's been scaring me since I was a child has come back. Day 3, last night, I had a 24-hour work shift. I returned at 4 in the morning and went straight to sleep. About 15 minutes into my sleep, I heard the keys again. This time, however, it was closer. I could feel it, its breath against my neck. I could feel the heat radiating from its body, the hatred it was fueled by. I looked up to find nothing there. Scared for my life, I turned my TV on for some light and switched my pillows so I was facing the door rather than away from it. I'm about to go to sleep. I hope it doesn't visit me again. It seems to get more aggressive by the day. This is a story about my first ghost experiences. I've been haunted by many things. The things, they come in different varieties. Voices, echoes, hands, a dark figure, the orb, and my first, the beast. The beast is unlike any of the others, more aggressive. I believe it stayed there in my old house because after I moved, I never saw it again. It all began when I was about 7 years old. That's when the things appeared into my life. I was too young to understand what ghosts or demons were. I never watched a horror movie at that time. I was innocent, just like every other kid. But little did I know, I was soon to experience hauntings that would continue to follow me for years of my life, change the ways I saw the world, and affect me mentally and physically. I had a lot of problems as a kid. Growing up, I had insomnia, ADHD, asthma, and a heart murmur. I was living in Arecibo, Puerto Rico at the time. I lived there for most of my life until I was 10 years old. At first, I lived in a small apartment complex that was next to my great-grandma's house and my grandparents' house and gas station. I would later move to a big neighborhood that was still largely under construction, until my parents started their divorce paperwork. Around this time, my cat had recently died. While we were staying at my grandma's house during my parents' divorce, something had happened. My cat was an outdoors cat. We thought he would be safe because of the way he was. He killed snakes and scorpions and would chase dogs around so naturally. He didn't like to be cooped up inside. He came in and out as he pleased. Only one night it would be his last. On a rainy, stormy night, my mother awoke me. She was bawling her eyes out. I was confused. She brought me to the garage where I saw my cat, laying down in his little bed. His cheeks were all green. He had been poisoned by a neighbour, and we never found out who did it or why. All I know is he was evil, and I hate his or her guts for what they did. I didn't know what was happening, but I cried and cried, and by the time I came back home from school, he was gone. And my grandma was burying him out back in the yard, just as we did with all our previous pets. A few weeks had passed since my cat died, and we came back to the neighbourhood after things with my mom and dad started to settle down a bit. My brother was coming over for a sleepover that night. I was still really sad over my cat's death, and so was my mom. So a co-worker gifted her 2 cats, Zach and Chester. They made us so very happy. The night while my brother and I were sleeping over at my house, we were awake for a while, playing with our Legos past 10, until my mom came in and told us to go to sleep because it was too late, so we did. We started preparing to go to sleep, brushed our teeth, headed back to bed, closed the door and turned off the lights. And as soon as we did, We both saw it. In the corner of the room, a white, bright figure whose shape I still can't describe to this day. The beast, the beast resembled an animal or some sort of creature. What is it though? I don't have the slightest clue to that answer. We yelled in terror. My brother ran to the light switch and turned them back on. We breathed out a sigh of relief. It was gone. Still scared half to death, we turned them back off, and it didn't come back. Frightened at what we had just witnessed, we went to bed hesitantly. Somehow, our screams didn't wake my parents up. Thankfully, nothing bothered us that night after that. But it was just the beginning. Days kept going by where I would feel a presence, a dark, ominous presence. The very presence that has followed me everywhere I went for years. It started very simple. I'd be playing with my toys and then out of nowhere, one of them would fly out of my closet and halfway across the room. It would happen from time to time. I would just brush it aside. But it began to grow more violent over time. It wanted the attention. It wanted me to be scared, to fear for my life. The toys wouldn't just fly across the room anymore. They were targeted at me. They would be thrown directly at me. Objects in my room would get tossed and broken, and the more scared I got, the more it kept striking. My parents would blame me for it. I kept trying to explain to them it wasn't me, that it was the things doing it. It got to a point where I couldn't even sleep anymore. I didn't feel safe in my own home. I had insomnia, so sleeping was already a problem for me. But not like this, at 7 years old. I feared for my life. I told my experiences to my mother, but she just told me it was nightmares, or that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. It kept happening until I was 10. I believe that it was all the beast's work. All of this. It wasn't in my mind, it never was. Everything I've experienced happened. I know it did. When I was 10 years old, I moved to the United States. Things came with me. However, the beast did not come with me. I haven't seen the beast in years, and I hope to never see it again. A few years passed after my parents' divorce. I was 10 at the time. My sister's dad and my mom started talking again soon after, and she decided to give him a second chance. So we came to Puerto Rico to see her again. He stayed with us for a while, and soon after that, they got married. They decided to move to the United States. Originally, we were going to move to Florida, but we didn't have enough money, and he was already living in Mississippi, so we moved there with him. We moved to Clinton, a decently sized town in the middle of the South, quiet, pretty boring, not much to do, and not much of anywhere to go. All around were just miles upon miles of woods. In Clinton, Mississippi, I lived in a small trailer park surrounded by the woods. When I first moved, it was a relief. I thought the things were gone. There was no sight of them. We came here with my cat Zach and our new cat Roxy. Chester had died in Puerto Rico when a car hit him, and he was buried out back in our yard as well. After a few weeks, it came again. The strange presence I had felt. My cats sensed it too. They would often be staring at walls or meowing at what to the human eye seemed like nothingness. I knew what they saw though. I knew it all too well. Cats and dogs can see spirits, just as a select few people can as well. The echoes came first. The echoes came first. The echoes had no physical form, no manifestation of themselves. Yes, themselves. The voices of many different people, male and female. They weren't only present inside the house, but I could hear them outside as well, in the woods. I would hear people calling to me, shouting my name from deep inside those woods, asking for help. They were just trying to lure me. To what though? I don't know, and I'm glad I never tried to find out. The woods were hunting grounds mostly. There were a lot of deer in the area. They would be usually silent besides some gunshots echoing and other loud sounds. Sometimes the noises coming from there would wake me up at night. The first time I heard the echoes, I was showering late at night. It must have been around 9 p.m. or so when I started hearing my name being called out. It was a feminine voice. It sounded like my mom, except she wasn't home at the time. I was home alone. I was terrified to the core, so I hid in my room with the lights on the entire night on until she came home. I would mostly only hear the echoes when I was alone, so I hated to be alone. I would usually always try to have friends over or go to my friends' houses when my parents weren't home. I wanted to escape them. Around this time, I would start to wake up with scratches and cuts all over me. They weren't anything like the scratches I would get from my cats, though. They looked like scratches from a person's fingernails. It's relatively easy to differentiate. I started to always sleep with my lights on due to the fear I had of what awaited for me in the darkness. Since almost all the times I would go outside at night, I would hear or see something creeping around from the woods. Those woods had eyes. I felt like I was being watched. I could feel several eyes watching me at once. Their presence would drive my mind to near insanity. I'd freak out or I would randomly feel unnerved. I'd feel unhinged, even when nothing around me was happening. As I said, the echoes never had a physical manifestation, so I didn't think they had the capabilities to physically hurt me. They definitely could lure me to danger, but not leave those scratches I had on me, so it had to be something else. I hadn't even seen the beast since I moved out of Puerto Rico, so it had to be something else, a new thing perhaps. The new thing I would eventually see, but it rarely presented itself in its true physical form. I would never see its full body, just the hand. My sister had moved out of the house to go to the college in Puerto Rico, and my mom and stepdad would be out working very late, so I would be home alone past night time every day. One night, I was reading a book. I liked to read in the dark and just left my TV on for a little bit of light. I went out of my room to get some snacks. After I got my snacks from the kitchen, I started walking back to my room. As I got closer, I saw something start to come out of my door. A hand. The hand reached out of my room. I could see it clearly. It was a dark orange. The fingernails were rotting and falling off. It was disgusting. I heard the echoes calling to me, but I couldn't comprehend what they were saying. I screamed and called my mom, crying. She stayed on the phone with me until she arrived back home, and I explained to her what happened. My mom never believed me, though. She still thought I was having hallucinations. Everything that was happening was affecting my mental state more and more. It was breaking me down. But there were more of the things I hadn't seen yet, and the echoes and the hand weren't even the worst of it all. The orb and the voices would be what would finally break me entirely down and sent my life plunging into an eternal abyss. I'm in the US Army. I won't put up what base I'm at, but basically, here's the story. At our company, the building we work at, the third floor remains unused. All the barracks rooms there are closed down since most of them are filled with black mold. It's usually very quiet there, in the day at least. Almost everyone who's been on a CQ shift, a 24-hour shift where you watch and take care of the company area, has experienced activity from the third floor. Loud noises, footsteps, banging, etc. There's a supposed dark history within that floor. No one knows the true story, or if anything happened at all. The building has been around since the Korean War. The supposed story I've heard was that a female was accidentally put into the barracks rooms there. Females got their own separate barracks rooms. A group of soldiers who were drunk forced her into their room with them and got her intoxicated, made her do drugs and she overdosed. Finding out that she died, they panicked, put her in the trunk of their car and drove off base. However, they forgot their shovels, so they quickly turned back around. The guards at the gate became suspicious of this and searched the vehicle and found the body. They were then arrested. I have no idea if this is true or not. All I know is that 100% there is activity in that floor. A friend of mine went to explore the noises one night. When he came up to the third floor, a room opened up by itself, revealing a room covered in kids' toys, and he quickly fled. What I've experienced isn't on that level. I've gone up there at night, and as soon as I came up, the lights began to flicker. And that's when I felt a tense feeling and heard footsteps. Needless to say, I got toilet paper from that floor since the others were out, and I ran my ass back downstairs. When I first moved to Orlando, I got a job at a local company and needed to find a place to live. At the time, I was renting a room from a nice older couple. However, I was also getting married, so I needed to find a place for both of us to live. Those that live in Orlando know how expensive it can be, and I'm not much of an apartment guy. So finally, we found this nice little house. And when I say little, I mean little. Anyway, the landlord gave us a great deal because he didn't want to really spend any time fixing it up, because it wasn't worth it. After all, it was really small and really old. They had just moved his wife's mother to an elderly home, and he did fix the electrics and plumbing. I agreed that I would paint and fix things up so long as the basics worked. He was a really nice landlord and we got along great. A few weeks after we moved in, the wife came by and let us know they would be away for a bit. Turns out, her mom passed away a few days ago, and they were taking her back to the old country. I felt bad. I didn't know that she was sick, and we moved into her house. After that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the air about the house changed a little. Or at least I thought. Anyway, shortly later I got married, and we settled into our daily lives. Well, I was working on the front porch when I found a small brooch under one of the rotten boards. It was pretty nice and brought it inside and placed it on the mantel. I figured I would give it to the landlord the next time I see him, because it was most likely either Lillian's or his wife's. That was when things started to get weird. The first thing I started noticing, or more to the point my wife noticed and blamed me, was that the keepsakes from our wedding, champagne glasses, knives, photos, etc., got moved around and were not where she left them. I said I had nothing to do with them moving, but her wasn't having any of it. So we moved them back. A few days later, we came home from dinner, and there they were, rearranged again. So I looked over her and asked her how I did it this time. The brooch was still in the same place on the mantel, but everything else had been moved around. That would happen a few more times until my wife got over it and left them where they got moved to. One day I was dusting. Yeah, I know, a guy that dusts. Hey, I had to do something to stay on her good side, lol. And came across the brooch on the mantel. And I looked at it, a breeze went by. It was just the fan. But that got me thinking about the odd things that have been happening. I started to think that maybe the events were Lillian's doing. I asked my wife what she thought, and she said that it was crazy. She is right, I am not the point though. And the ghost of the old lady that lived here was haunting the house and moving the wedding stuff around. Well, yeah, I said. She gave me that look and walked away. Anyway, the following weekend, the landlord came by to mow, and I went outside to give back the brooch, thinking that would change anything. His wife was in the truck reading a book, and I walked over and handed her the brooch to her. Well, she turned about 10 shades of white and looked up at me and asked where I found it. I told her that I found it under the porch when I was fixing the floor. She said that this was her mother's, and that she had lost it when she was a kid, and her mother was very mad at her for playing with it and losing it. She smiled and the colour returned to her face and hugged me, and then I walked back to the house. As I walked up to the front, I looked at the house and noticed that in the front window there was a shadow behind the lace curtains, and it looked maybe like a person. As I walked closer, I tripped over a rock, and when I looked up, she wasn't there. I went into the house and looked around and didn't see anything, so I moved on a light through and lace thing. A few days later I got home and my wife starts rambling on about do I smell the flowers? And she thinks we have mice or rats because she keeps hearing movement. I say no, and I poke her a bit and say, does it sound like little feet or footsteps? She looks at me and says footsteps. After that, the events got more frequent and interesting. I'd be sitting on the couch, and out the corner of my eye, movement or a change of light Not quite a shadow, but almost going from the kitchen to the bathroom, which is a straight shot, and there isn't any way light can move that way back there. There were other things like strange sounds of things moving in the kitchen or the back bedroom, a lot of footsteps. The whole house is hardwood floors. It really carried. Little things like that, we never got touched or anything bad ever happened to either of us. I decided that Lillian was still here, even after the brooch event. Maybe she was happy that I gave it back to her daughter, but it was still her house, so I figured she was well within her right to live here too. And besides, I love the way she messed with my wife. She is so easy. It even got to the point where sometimes I'd talk to Lillian. Never got a response back, and that was before cell phones or voice recorders were as high tech as they are now. I'm not sure who she messed with more, me or my wife. We stayed in that house for 6 years and had 2 kids in that house before we moved to another city. Shortly after we moved out, the landlord called and asked if anything strange had happened to us while we were in the house. I told him that his mother-in-law was still around and that she was super cool. He then said that what he thought, because they were in the repainting and running ceiling fans, and they both had run-ins with something strange. I told him that she was good to us and that we missed living there. I hung up the phone, and that was the last time I ever heard from him. I found out a few years later from some friends that the house was torn down and a new house had been put in its place, way bigger than the original. I was a bit sad, but then I thought that Lillian might not like that very much, and that I hope she rearranges everything in the new house and drives the new owners crazy like it did my wife. Lol. I live in Pica, Ohio. When I was in my late teens to early 20s, in 410 East Ash Street, which was a 2-story house with 4 bedrooms, a living room, dining room, 2 bathrooms, a dirt floor basement, a tunnel that looked like it was used in the Underground Railroad, and was built in the early 1900s after the Great Flood of 1913. There was a house that sat in the same spot as the house of mine that was built in 1832, but the flood destroyed it. The house always had an eerie vibe, but I never believed in ghosts because I figured if ghosts were real, my grandma would have come to see me. Furthermore, we lived in this house for about a year. Nothing ever happened until one night my wife's sister came running to us, saying that something chased her up the stairs and then wiggled the door handle. They were always getting drunk, so I laughed and said, "Stacy, you're always getting drunk on the weekends. I was probably just imagining things." So a week went by and our 5-year-old said, "There were legs with no body following you and Mom into the bathroom." Shivers went up my spine, even though I figured it was just his imagination, because like I said, I was a skeptic. I told him he was probably just scared because of the story his Aunt Stacy had told, so again, I shrugged it off. Then one night, my wife wakes me up and says, "Do you hear the TV knocking?" I said, "No, it's probably just making that cracking noise when a TV goes off and still has some power." This was an old tube television that only came on and off by a knob on the TV itself. So again, I shrugged it off. A couple weeks went by and I got off work after a 12-hour shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Don't you just love them hours? Well, I sat down at the dining room table and was relaxing when all of a sudden I heard little kids running around laughing upstairs. I went to my wife. She was sleeping on the lazy boy because she would not sleep upstairs after hearing the knocking on the TV. I said after shaking her awake, "Tiff, why are Sydney and Travis running around upstairs?" She was like, "They're not in there. They're in the floor asleep under the covers." Sure enough, to my surprise, there they were. So I ran upstairs and looked. No, of course, but all the windows were open. It was school day, and it was that time for kids to go to school, so I figured I was just tired and just heard kids from outside. Fast forward about a week, when me and my wife were arguing. I'm yelling at her, she's yelling at me. I tell her to go turn the damn TV off. When I do, I notice a shadow that's about 7 foot tall in the shape of a person. I'm getting goosebumps now just remembering it in my head. But at the time, seeing it, I figured it was just a shadow from something reflecting from the TV. Then she turned it off, and it was still there, so I waited for her to walk back in front of it. Might I add, it's so dark I can't see my hand in front of my face. to see if when she did, if the shadow changed shape, but it didn't. I yelled to my wife, "There was something in behind you," and then she jumped in the bed and up under the covers. As I kept my eye on it as quick as a lightning flash, the shadow darker than the dark rushed towards the TV and turned on the TV. It was just like a movie. A black mist went into the TV and turned it. I could not believe my eyes. I quickly turned on the light and told my wife to turn the TV off because the shadow was looking at me. We kept the light on and slept with it on. The next morning, I still didn't believe it, so I asked my wife if she remembered it. That's the day I knew ghosts or whatever it was that did not exist, did exist. A few years after moving out of the house, we started delivering newspapers for the Pica Daily Call, and it had an issue that was dedicated to the people of the 1913 flood. In the paper, it had our house, and the address said 2 little girls had drowned on the property there before. Just still thinking about it gives me chills. I was 17, asleep in my bed. I felt the corner of my bed dip. I kept my eyes closed thinking, someone kicked my bed to wake me up. For whatever reason, I thought to myself that if I just pretend to be asleep, maybe they will let me get a few more minutes sleep while I was waking up. Then I felt the bed dip more, and I felt it was someone crawling up towards me and straddling me. I'm fully awakened by this, 100% no question. And the only person who would do that was my girlfriend. So I said her name, my eyes still closed, thinking she would just crawl in, realizing I was just waking up. No answer. And about then, I felt something was horribly wrong. For no reason, dread washed over me. I had that sensation you get when someone is close to your face. That weird sound blocking silence when someone is in your personal space. When I said her name again, there was no reply. I immediately swung with a right hook so hard that the momentum literally made me fall out of bed. I fully expected to connect with someone. Imagine my shock and confusion as I was tumbling out of bed. I must have missed, I thought. With my adrenaline coursing through my veins, I looked around in the dark for someone to fight. Flipping on lights, there was no one there. It was like 3:20 in the morning, and I didn't go back to sleep that night. What scared me most is I was awake and I was not dreaming at all. No question in my mind. Obviously I wasn't paralyzed by sleep paralysis because I, at will, threw a punch at full strength and I never had the sensation I couldn't move. It's the only reason I've had in my life to give me a thought that there might be something to paranormal experiences. So back in 2017, I decided I'd had enough of the lifestyle I was living. I'd finished university, but hadn't got anywhere with my degree, and decided a change was necessary. This change came in the form of moving to France to do a winter season and test my luck at snowboarding. Myself and an old friend quickly found jobs as chalet hosts and relocated to Chamonix, France. Our little apartment was based at the bottom of Mount Brevant, and we shared this with 3 other girls. For a bit of context, the layout of the apartment meant that me and my friend shared a room, then 2 other girls shared a room opposite from ours, and then the final girl, who was also acting supervisor, had her own section of the apartment, complete with a separate kitchen and bathroom to the ones us 4 shared. After a few weeks, my friend got a boyfriend and began staying at his place most nights. Once this started, I began having odd dreams. In these dreams, I would be flying around the room backwards, able to see myself asleep on the bed, but not able to slow down or control myself shooting around the room and under the bed and back out again. This was a little scary, but I was smoking a lot and just put it down to lucid dreaming. I'm familiar with astral projecting, but again, just thought it was from the smoke. On one of these nights, whilst zooming around my bedroom asleep, I saw that there was a shadow in the corner of the room watching me sleep. When I looked back down at myself, I saw both my legs raised in the air in an awkward position. I quickly woke up, found that my legs were actually in that position. This creeped me the hell out, as I'd never experienced anything like this before. Creepy, yes, but not the scariest part, yet. One night, my friend was staying at her boyfriend's, as was one of the other girls, and the supervisor was out having drinks at her friend's. The other girl from opposite me, let's call her Charlotte, had gone out for a drink, but due to having to get up early the next day, decided to come home at around 11 p.m. This was a decision she later came to regret. So, let's skip to the following morning. I'd woken up after a great night's sleep and was coming out of my room to go to the bathroom. Before making it in, Charlotte swung open her door in floods of tears. I mean, this was a girl I'd only known a couple of weeks, and we were not at that point of feeling comfortable enough to cry to one another, so this did catch me off guard. I managed to calm her down to the point of being able to speak coherently, which was when she told me everything that unfolded that night. Now, this is going to sound like some horror movie ripoff, because it sounds too made up to be real. But this girl would have gained nothing from making up such a story, not to mention the crying. She explained that she was asleep, and in her dream, she got a bee stuck in her hair, and the buzzing was so intense it woke her up. Only, the buzzing didn't stop when she awoke. As she scanned her room for the source of the sound, she saw a woman stood at the foot of her bed and blocking the door. Initially, she thought that my friend had come home drunk and stumbled into the wrong room. But after calling her name and her eyes adjusting to the darkness, she realized this wasn't the case. Instead, an unknown woman glared down at her. She began shouting at her to leave, but the woman simply crossed her arms and smirked mockingly at Charlotte. After a few moments of being mocked, she plucked up the courage to lunge at the light switch, which was to the side of where the woman was stood. And as if by magic, she disappeared. Charlotte was understandably shook up at this point and left the light on to try to comfort herself. Only, this wasn't the end of her waking nightmare. With the lights on and sat up in her bed, she watched as the blanket began to pull off her. This happened continuously. Every time she would pull the cover back up, it would be pulled back down and eventually would be pulled completely off her, landing at the other side of the room. She explained how she was frozen and spent the rest of the night sat up in bed with the lights on, crying. During this period, she heard laughs of mocking and just waited for the moment she heard someone else awake in the apartment. This being me. She later told me how she was sensitive to ghosts, with this not being her only experience. She spoke of a time when she was younger and would tell her mum about the boy in the wall in her house. A concerned mum arranged for a priest and psychic to visit the house, where it was discovered that a boy had died in the property, and his remains were found in the walls of the house. They had to get police involvement, although it was determined that the body was 100+ years old. Her family home was a converted nunnery, and there had been reports of lots of abuse happening within the convent. Her mum later paid a visit during the season and confirmed all of this. Needless to say, I was scared by these events, even though they didn't happen to me directly. I spent the rest of the season in fear of the next time I would be in the apartment on my own, not wanting to meet the ghost lady. After this, no one witnessed any more strange occurrences, despite us being there another 5 months after this happening. The most that happened was hearing a door slam shut, which I quickly brushed off as wind, even though no doors or windows were open. I was under the belief of not giving it any attention in the hope that it wouldn't fuel it to do any more. We spoke to our boss, who owned the property, and although concerned at what he had seen, he did express that no other seasonries had mentioned anything of the sorts happening. I thought about this for a long time after, wanting more answers as to who this woman was. The only explanation I could come up with is that around a 10-minute walk away from our apartment there was this cemetery. In this cemetery there was a wall dedicated to all who had lost their lives exploring the mountain. There were individuals from all over the world who had come to this area to explore the mountains, but weren't lucky enough to make it back home. I believe this woman was an English explorer who had lost her life there and was drawn to Charlotte not only because she was sensitive to these things, but also because the woman was trapped in a country where few would understand her to communicate. Either way, This was a scary experience to all involved, and has only piqued my interest in the paranormal further. The first grocery store that I worked at was haunted. To give a little bit of background information, but not enough for the place to be identified, I'd rather not get into any issues with the family who owns it. The store has been around since the 50s and was started by the parents of the current owners. Their mother in particular worked there for a very long time, basically until she was unable to. She seemed to genuinely love that store and loved to help people. After her unfortunate passing, people began to notice her presence in the place, though I'm not sure anyone wanted to let the family know, since it seems a little bit insulting to just out and say that their deceased mother is still working. In 2009 at the same store, I was hired to work as a cashier, and later as a member of the grocery department staff, stocking shelves and cleaning and such things. Of course, normally during the day the haunting went completely unnoticed, and most nights it did too. The spirit was quiet and friendly, luckily, but I hadn't encountered her until one night I was the last one out of the floor after closing, straightening the shelves in the aisles while everyone else wrapped up counting down the cash drawers and finishing inputting data in the office computers. While moving slowly through the aisles, straightening product and bringing it out to the front of the shelves, I got that peculiar, prickly feeling of being watched. I had heard the stories before, cooler doors latching and unlatching audibly with only one person in the building who was nowhere near to them, inexplicable sounds at certain places in the store, but these thoughts hadn't even crossed my mind for several weeks leading up to this incident. I immediately knew this wasn't a co-worker because I could hear all of them talking and laughing in the office. I was often the last person out on the floor facing in the evenings when I closed, being one of the lower ranking people there, so that was no surprise. I glanced around quickly and noted that no one was anywhere near me, but when I faced to the front again, it felt distinctly like someone was immediately behind me, peering over my shoulder. I thought I'd be friendly and talk to it, just to ease my own anxiety. "Hello," I said, trying not to let my voice betray my nervous state. "I'm just straightening things up before we leave for the night. Don't mind me." Maybe half a minute more passed as the spirit seemed to continue peering over my shoulder. The sensation was eerie, but the feeling I got from the entity itself was just one of curiosity, as though it was making sure that I was putting things back correctly. Suddenly, I caught a motion out of the corner of my left eye towards the front of the store, and I turned my head just in time to see a white woman with light clothing and light-coloured hair walking busily across the front of the store toward the front entrance. At this point, we had been closed for at least 15 to 20 minutes, and this being a very small store with very few hiding spots, I assumed it was my co-worker who had been the last cashier of the day walking up front. I tried to ignore the hammering in my chest as I called out her name and headed to the front, thinking she had accidentally left something up there and was going back to get it. I froze when I heard her voice responding from the back office, asking me what I needed. Now my heart was really pounding. I thought there was someone in the store who wasn't supposed to be there, so I snapped out of my shock and ran the last few steps to the front to see who was there. Nothing and no one was there. Not wanting to be taken by surprise, I did a cursory glance at all the main places that a person would have been able to hide in the few seconds between when I saw them and when I arrived at the front of the store. But there was still nothing. The prickly sensation returned and I jogged back to the office, still not quite willing to acknowledge what I had seen. I asked the cashier. I thought I saw what it was she had been looking for up front, just hoping she was secretly a world-class sprinter and I just didn't know about it. But she had been in the office the entire time. There were only 3 other people in the building besides her and I, and none of the other three there even looked close to the person that I saw. Also, when comparing my memory to the appearance of the cashier, the person I had seen was much taller than her. Additionally, I couldn't remember hearing a single sound from that person as they walked quickly across the front of the registers. I asked if one of the guys would go back up front with me and make sure that we were really the only ones there. But both of them kind of shrugged it off and shuffled uncomfortably, saying that if I couldn't find them, there was no one there after all. I've never seen our closing crew wrap up the last few items on the to-do list so quickly as we did that night. I still find it a little funny that I was so afraid in the moment. The spirits seemed kind and thoughtful, and maybe even helpful. I think that the disappearing act shocked me at the time, but after that, I was actually more comfortable at night having seen her ghost and knowing she was completely harmless. I grew up in the 1980s and 90s. I was born in 83. One day as a young kid, 5 years old, I was at my friend Josh's house. He lived 2 doors up, which for me was as far as I could go on either side of my house at 5 years old. Luckily, all of my closest friends as a kid lived within that quadrant. Josh and I were in his basement, which was a finished basement that had a heather brown carpet, a nice large fireplace, and a big TV in the main room of the basement. We would often be down there in the morning, just before or after breakfast, as Mum would be watching me in the morning. We grew up around older kids, and I had 2 older brothers myself, so we often heard of freaky ghost stories, even at a young age, but nothing really similar to what we saw that day. What our childhood minds ultimately dubbed the blonde thing. We were playing with action figures and watching TV. I remember us laughing and playing, and we both noticed movement about 10 feet away from us at the other side of the room. We were the only ones in the basement. His mum was right near the top of the stairs in the kitchen with his baby brother Nathan. We both just looked toward the motion to see a very short, about 3.5 foot tall, humanoid figure going around the corner down the short hallway to the back basement bedroom. She was bobbing her head from side to side as she rounded the corner. We saw her for maybe 3 seconds. I say she and her because what we saw of the figure was long curly light blonde hair, almost white, draped over her shoulders and her back. The hair was so long that it was almost to the floor. She was bobbing/bouncing her head from shoulder to shoulder like a kid would be if she was skipping and playing. We both screamed and ran upstairs as fast as we could. I didn't see a face or clothes. All we really saw was the long hair draped over what was clearly a small human girl-shaped figure. We didn't know what to really describe how or what to call it, but surely talked about it, and we always referred it to as the blonde thing. Now, this happened in 1988. In 2018, I hadn't forgotten about the blonde thing since the last time I mentioned it, probably 15 years ago, and hadn't thought about it as long. Josh sent me a friend request on Facebook after not having heard from each other since the mid-90s in middle school. He messaged me on Facebook, and when I opened it, it was the "Hey, how have you been doing, dude?" kind of letter. But at the end, he wrote, "Remember the blonde thing?" I felt like the adults in the movie It must have felt when they got the phone call where Mike tells them it's back. The memory just came flooding back. The crazy thing is we saw it one other time, outside, in the backyard of our neighbour's Leoda's house. No shit, same thing. Literally saw her skipping, short-figured with the almost white hair down to the ground, going to the wood line behind the house. I attempted to do research to see if other people had ever sighted similar creatures or entities. The closest thing I could find is some old Germanic folklore about long blonde-haired entities that look like girls who try to steal babies from houses. Curious as if to see anyone has seen something similar. Thanks. I've never experienced anything paranormal, but my parents have. I'm going to share one of those stories here. My mom said she experienced something she couldn't explain sometime in the 80s when she was in high school. This was in Chittagong, Bangladesh. My grandmother's house is on a mountain. My mom lived with her siblings on the second floor apartments of their building. They were all listening to music. In our culture, it's generally considered unsafe to play music, at night because locals believe it attracts ghosts and spirits nearby. My mom said they were all sitting around the circular dining table, eagerly listening to a famous flute player on the radio. She decided to get up and go to the bathroom across the hall. As she proceeded to walk, within 10 seconds she was on the ground. She felt a huge slap across the face and fell to the ground in front of the bathroom. Her brothers saw her and ran to help her up. They couldn't lift her up. They both fell next to her. It was shocking because my mom was a skinny girl at the time and barely 5 feet tall. My uncles were bodybuilders and couldn't even lift her arm above the ground. My mom said that as she was lying there, she could see a figure in front of her. He had multiple faces and had not foul-smelling breath. She said his face was also dirty and kept changing shape. She said the whole thing lasted 5 minutes at most. Immediately after my uncles fell, my aunt started freaking out and did what anyone would have done at the time. She prayed. She recited the Ayatul Kursi and immediately everyone could get up. They all immediately turned the radio off and that was it. No more music that night, I guess. In 2012, when my sister was dying of cancer, I moved into her tiny apartment with her. It was basically 2 rooms. She had the bedroom, and I slept on a nasty old couch stained with cat urine. As the disease progressed and the chemotherapy made her sicker, I bought an electronic wireless doorbell and affixed the button to the rail of her bed. That way, she could summon me with little effort, if she needed something. She felt guilty about using it, but I convinced her that it was okay and to bring it any time she needed anything. It was a horrible time, but I was glad to be there with her. After she died and the medical supply rental company came and picked up the rented hospital bed, I had the doorbell sitting around on a credenza in the small room where I slept. One day, my sister's friend Mark was visiting. It was about a week after she had died, and Mark and I were both kind of in a fog of grief. I was chatting with Mark and happened to be looking at the doorbell. All of a sudden, I saw the red LED on the button light up and the doorbell chimed. The LED above the button only lit up if someone pushed it. Mark and I stopped talking for a few seconds and looked at the doorbell. Neither of us commented on it then. Some months later, Mark brought it up. He said that it seemed a bit spooky to him. I agreed, but didn't really know what to say about it. I no longer believe in ghosts. The doorbell never rang on its own again, that I witnessed. I lived in downtown Ventura, California for a number of years. When I first moved there, I would spend a lot of time wandering around alone, often at night. It is, or maybe was, a charming downtown area with some beautiful historic buildings. One of them is a big 4-story imposing bank building on the southwest corner of Maine and California. It was built in the 1920s and has hosted a succession of restaurants and retail establishments on the ground floor and offices above. One night, while wandering, I was waiting for the crosswalk light on the opposite side of Main Street. I happened to look up at the Earl Stanley Gardner building, as it's now named after the famous author and lawyer who had his office there, and saw a shadowy figure peering out from a second-floor window of a darkened office. It caught my attention because I couldn't make out a face or features, just a dim outline in the darkness and twin glints that appeared to be lights reflecting off of a pair of glasses. It struck me as odd that someone would be sitting in a darkened office staring out at people below, and I continued to stare back as I crossed the street towards the building. It looked to me as if the figure was watching me, and I could see the twin eyeglass glints until I got too close to the building and my view was blocked. The encounter puzzled me, as there was something about it that just seemed off. I kept thinking about it over the next few days. Who was up there? Why were the lights off? And why were they just sitting there staring at a few pedestrians below? A few days later, I did a web search on Earl Stanley Gardner, just because I wanted to see what he looked like. I knew virtually nothing about him at that point. When I saw his photograph, I felt chills. Glasses. He wore glasses. The same glasses I had seen in that night in the window, peering down at the street. When I saw his photograph, a serious, somewhat morose looking man in a rumpled felt hat with downturned mouth and eyes, I felt that I was looking at the same face that I had seen in the window. I did say that I didn't actually see his face in the window. I didn't. Just a dark shape and the glint of eyeglasses. But when I saw that photograph, I knew it was the same person. I can't explain the feeling of knowing. It was just a feeling. Recognition. The building has a reputation for being haunted, whatever that's worth. I don't believe in ghosts anymore. But maybe because it's late and I can't sleep and it's a rare, dark and stormy night out here in the desert, I'm indulging these ghostly thoughts and felt like sharing them with others. When I was a young child, my family lived in Lexington, Massachusetts. It's a small town close near Boston, and an area filled with historical colonial era houses and Revolutionary War battlefields. We moved away when I was 3, but my parents still had friends there. We went back to visit and stayed overnight one evening with a family that lived on the same street where we had lived, Laconia Street. The family had lived in a house that was probably built in the 1960s. I remember waking up in the middle of the night and getting up to use the bathroom. Movement in the corner of the room caught my eye. There was a young woman in a blue and white gingham dress with matching handkerchief on her head, sitting on a stool, bending over what appeared to be a laundry tub. It looked like she was washing clothes by hand. I stared at her sleepily for a few seconds. "Mom?" I remember saying. The woman took no notice of me and the whole scene faded quickly away and there was just the dark corner. I wasn't frightened, although at that age the notion of ghosts would sometimes cause me to scream in terror at night, until one of my parents came in to comfort me. I didn't know why I called out Mom, except that the woman was about my mother's age and build, and I couldn't fathom who else would be in the guest room that night. I like that memory because it kind of feels like I witnessed an echo in time of something from 200 years before that occurred at the same spot. It was fleeting and mundane, but it stuck with me for over 40 years. So, not too long ago, me and my friends discovered, being 16 to 19, an abandoned building extremely close to our local high school. It's only separated by a highly trafficked nature centre, with trails from the high school end of it to the abandoned facility. So being in a science class years prior, where we navigated these trails every day, I was surprised to have never found it. After telling me about it at lunch, me and about 3 friends decided to go after school to the building, and I was surprised that it was a huge property that held about 8 football fields worth of random church-type buildings that were separated by about 50 yards each, and were pretty massive individually. The first one we navigated was in the way back, and was the most run down, and one of the largest. A back door was simply propped open with a brick, and once you entered, you were exposed to a very long, narrow, dark hallway, with many doors opening up to it, and the smell of mouldy drywall and dust. The wallpaper was creepily peeling off just about everywhere, and walking down the hallway, we noticed that some rooms were in a relatively 9 out of 10 condition, while others, the drywall between them had completely rotted out away to leave a pile on the floor of disgusting brown and green rotting material, with the ceiling caving in. After we explored the entire building, we realized that it was completely symmetrical in some sense, and eerily each room was labeled things like bedroom, dining hall, etc. And we found rooms that seemed to have been used for padding, and heavy doors that were recognized to be little cell-type rooms for angry mental people, like calm-down rooms. After realizing this, and reading an old broiler note we found in the boiler room, which had stairs leading down to a completely flooded basement which was very creepy looking, it read that this was an old mental facility. We found a room that my friends had set up previously with about 8 chairs set up in a circle to smoke weed. And we came back a few days later with literally 8 people, and it was pretty lit, being midday and safe feeling, until one of us had the idea to start scaring each other and separating from the group. Everyone kept doing this for about 20 minutes, sneaking away with a buddy or two to slam doors and jump scare the rest of us lot. However, we started to notice that we weren't alone. There was someone or something else in the building with us. Me and my friend Twig, his nickname, were off to sneak from the rest and scare them as usual, when we noticed feet from the other side of the door, saw the door rattle like it had been kicked or punched, and saw the footsteps walk away from under it. Scared shitless, we ran back to the rest of the group, still in the chair room, and told them, but they didn't believe us, as everyone kept saying they saw something, and we assumed it was bullshit, and everyone was trying to scare each other. Eventually, someone had a grand old idea for us to all congregate in this chair room and be completely silent and listen for noises. And to our surprise, we all heard sounds from the other side of the building, echoing towards us. Furthermore, me and a friend about 10 minutes prior, due to the pure boredom, both threw chairs down the hall to make a noise to scare everyone. And we looked back down the hall seconds later to notice that both of the chairs went very far, like very far down the hall, about 30 feet. With all of this, we all dipped very quickly in our cars, left, and never came back until about a week later, when we found all of the windows had been smashed, not by us, but were there before, and the doors that were open were all boarded up and locked up. We think that the city is keeping these buildings locked up for a reason. Or if they don't know something is lurking in the mouldy, despairing darkness, good thing they did. I started hanging out with a friend of a friend, who called himself, and others called him, Hellboy, like the superhero. Very cool person. I'm from the Metro Detroit area, and he is not emo, if you were to call it that, but the type of person who dresses with spike bracelets, custom painted leather jacket, combat boots, etc. This, in my local area, makes him stand out a lot. Very unique dude. My first time hanging out with him, I noticed right off the bat that he had a black 1984 hearse parked up in his driveway, in front of a detached garage in his backyard. With a few buddies, we'd sit inside, smoke, and chill about twice a week. Upon asking him, he claimed, from the account of the previous owner, that it hauled bodies all through the 80s and 90s, yet the inside of the car surprisingly didn't smell like death, or feel super eerie. Just weird that we were sitting on the marble foundation in the back, where old grandmas and grandpas, and anybody for that matter, were driven to their grave plots for decades. He claimed when he drove it hours from its previous owner to where it sits, not running now, that it was stuck on a static radio station, which was 66.6. Not sure if this was a real radio station or some kind of laugh giggle type thing set up by the previous owner, but pretty creepy, I guess, nonetheless. Anyway, one time we were working on it deep into the night, reasonably high, but not to the point where we blowed in a delusional manner. I hooked up a portable power station to the battery terminals to try and start it. For non-car people, it was a battery-type box that you charge that can jump a car on its own after plugging it into a wall for hours. It would turn over for about 1 second, then stop, and we had no parts, so we unplugged everything after a few minutes of troubleshooting and began to pack it up. Suddenly, the power station started to hum very loudly, and we discovered that it had an air compressor feature that turned on by itself and wouldn't shut off. It kept going for hours. After we button jammed the hell out of it, gave up and went inside, it eventually pretty much exploded. Not fiery, but in an electrical manner. Confused and scared shitless, we went back inside of the hearse to discover that the cross rosary hung on the rear view mirror was on the ground. Not upside down, but on the ground. And the sage bundle sitting on the dashboard was smouldering on the seat. We didn't sit in the front, and we lived in a safer suburb, so it's highly unlikely someone was fucking with us. We left. Late night, we came back to hang a few days later to discover Hellboy, a not very mechanically inclined person, leaning into the engine bay, looking around confused. We knew he didn't know what he was doing, but suspected something must have happened. He said, the other night, that the hearse had moved about 4 feet forward over the night, and this was evident by the patch of old leaked fluid and debris where it used to sit behind it now. We started to joke about its curse, and after then it started to get a little weirder. The car, off a dead battery while we were hotboxing it, suddenly flashed all the dim yellow lights 3 quick times that were used to presumably illuminate caskets and help pallbearers see at night, like the interior ceiling lights vans have. We tried to all scurry out, having my skinny ass crawl through the front to get out and let the rest of the group out. There's no door handles inside of the back part, and you could simply climb over the seats. It's separated by a very tight fit opening that was a glass sliding taxi cop type thing. The door handles weren't working. I couldn't let them out. Then, the trunk popped open, or the back door rather, which doesn't even have that feature like a modern car does, and they promptly scurried out. I grew up in a small town. My house was one of the oldest ones in the town. We lived right beside 3 sets of train tracks. Growing up, I always heard voices. My friend heard them too in my house. They weren't regular voices, it's hard to explain. But if she didn't hear them with me, I would have passed it off as my imagination. It was only words here and there, but they came across like a dream. We heard them, but we knew they weren't there, like a fast car zooming by. It was always a man, and we never knew what exactly he was saying. It was a regular occurrence when I was growing up that stuff would fly off the back of the toilet and hit the opposite wall in our bathroom. My mum finally told them to shut up, and it stopped. When I was about 12, my parents and my brother went to my brother's hockey game at the local arena. I stayed at home and had a bath. Our bathroom was on the left of a hallway, with the washer and dryer on the right, and a door leading to an old office room that had stairs going to the basement. As I was having my bath, I heard heavy boot steps come up the stairs towards the back door. All of a sudden they stopped. And then they were outside of the bathroom door, and it sounded like something either kicked or punched the washing machine. It was loud. I was so scared I got dressed and ran away to a friend's house without leaving a note. I got used to the big guy and found out through his silhouette there was a woman in the house as well. She's not nice and hangs around the stairs. Even now, at 31 years of age, if I go up the stairs at my parents' house, I always have this horrible feeling that someone is behind me and wants to pull me down. I've never had that feeling anywhere else. My nephew is autistic and would talk to the ghosts. When my nephew was 4, he told my mom that the man's name is Sonny and that Sonny watches us. He told her that if we wanted to see Sonny, we would have to go down to the basement and dig. Sonny died falling on the train tracks. He doesn't like the woman and won't go up the stairs alone, so I don't know much about her, other than she is not nice. So this one isn't actually a story of one of my ghosts, but another one in another house. One of my oldest friends grew up in a house that apparently used to be a funeral home. She lived just a few houses down from mine, and it was very haunted. There was even a brick on the house that said, "Dead House." It was there for as long as we can remember, so we don't know when it was written or who wrote it. Anywho, I spent the night one night. We were maybe 13 or 14 years old. She had 2 younger brothers. One was maybe 4 or 5 at the time, and the other was 2. We'd just woken up and we were just laying in bed, kind of talking, being lazy. We could hear her 2 younger brothers downstairs being typical noisy kids. We heard a female voice say, "Shh, you need to be quiet," and the boys went quiet. We figured her mom was downstairs with them, so we didn't think anything of it. A few minutes later, her mom walks in and asks us if we told the boys to be quiet. We told her no. We thought it was her, It wasn't her. We all just kind of went quiet, and her mom left the room and went downstairs. While this story is short and there isn't much to it, when we all realised that there was a woman downstairs talking to the boys, that everyone in the house heard speak and actually made the boys quiet down, it's always stuck with me. Like I said in my last post, we heard voices in my house, but they were always very quick and we could never understand exactly what was said. This voice was clear as day and loud enough to be heard in 2 rooms on another floor, like there was a living person there with them. In the end, it was nothing more than chilling. Today, I'm going to talk about my nephew. He's 12 now, so he's not as open anymore. He still remembers some of it and feels and fears it, but you can't see or talk to them anymore. It all actually started when his mother was pregnant with him. Her and my brother were living in an old farmhouse out in the country. I don't recall how far along she was, but let's say 5 or 6 months. They were living with my parents when he was born. It was the middle of the night and she woke up to this bright light. She said it was like a car had pulled up to their bedroom window with its high beams on. She was startled and frightened, and then she heard a voice say, "Don't worry, it's just me, Granny." She instantly felt calm and went back to sleep. My grandmother on my dad's side was Granny. She didn't know that when she told us. I mentioned in my original story of him telling my mom about Sonny going upstairs and watching us when he was 3 years old. What I didn't add in is that he pointed to stairs that had been cut off and made into a closet. He'd never been in that closet at that point in his life. He didn't know those stairs existed. But he told her that Sonny goes up those stairs and watches us. When he was around the same age, my parents took them to our little family cottage in Tobermory, Ontario. He was playing outside on the deck and just randomly stopped, looked to the roof and said, "What happened to the wood stove?" and then continued playing. The wood stove he spoke of had been out of the cottage since before I was born, and it was never mentioned around him. I'm not sure if any of you on here are aware, but out on Georgian Bay by Tobermory, there is a place called Flower Pot Island. It's a big tourist attraction, part of the Fathom 5 National Park. On the island is the lightkeeper's house, which is now a museum. My great-grandfather was the lighthouse keeper there for 25 years. My granny grew up in that house. We volunteered working the island for several years, and my nephew refused to stay in that house. There were too many people at night. He wasn't threatened by the presences, but he wasn't comfortable. There's a volunteer house there where the volunteer caretakers sleep. But if there is too many people, they stay in the museum. My adult cousins end up staying in the museum house 1 year and didn't get any sleep. They never came back to stay overnight again. Late last night, around 11 p.m, my family and I returned home from the Lake District. We live on the southern coast of England. We had a pet sitter tend to our pets while we were gone, including my black cat. When we got home, he greeted me with cuddles and purring, but desperately wanted outside. We don't have a cat flat. There are a lot of foxes around us, and we have house rabbits too, so we don't risk it. Anyway, I hardly ever let him out at night, but I figured I'd sleep for an hour or two, and then let him back in. But my husband was staying up a bit later, so I said to check their back door before coming to bed. I fell asleep and slept between an hour or two and got up. Everyone in the house was asleep, and I made my way down the upstairs landing. We have no natural light in the upstairs hall landing, as it's an old Victorian terraced house. It was very dark, so I left our bedroom door open to see a little. That's when I saw my cat. As I walked towards him, he turned and walked away from me. I thought he wanted food and my husband had let him back in. So, I followed him and continued to try and pick him up. I couldn't catch him. For some reason, I all of a sudden had an eerie chill, so I reached for the lights. Nothing. no cat. I went downstairs into the back door and opened it, and my cat ran in. So, what was I following upstairs? I will say, I don't really creep out over ghosts, etc., as it's not a new thing for me. But it is for this house. We've lived here for 2 years and I haven't seen anything. The house is 120 years old though, so who knows what it was, and why it wanted to follow me. So, a little backstory. In our house, my room has always been a hotspot for weird things. Unexplained things that have always happened in my room, but they were always subtle, and they always happened when I was in my room alone or with my friend, but never when my parents were around. My parents never believed me, always dismissing it, saying that it was just in my mind, and sometimes even doubt myself. So things were a bit quiet for a while, but this happened 2 days ago. It was around 10:45 at night. I'm in my room, it's dark with only a nightlight on. I'm laying on my side using my phone and I'm facing the door. The door is closed, so I know that no one else was in my room. So like I said, I'm on my phone, and suddenly I feel someone or something pull at my top, like really pull at it from behind with so much force, I actually moved back an inch. I sat up and looked around in my room, and no one was there. But I see the shadow thingy near my door, and it's gone then. This might sound weird, but previously when I would feel a presence in my room, I would never get scared. I didn't get scared before because I was kind of used to things happening. And also, whatever is in my room never tried to establish contact like this. I don't know if it was just trying to get my attention or scare me. I didn't sleep at all the whole night. I'm really scared it'll happen again. I don't know. Hey, back again. Haunted Chipotle manager. Been only a month since the last experience, but here we are again. Once again, a late night, dishes out the wazoo. Didn't finish till about 12:30. The last employee clocks out and leaves. Immediately, things feel off. The air in the restaurant feels unsettlingly active. I brush it off because I was dancing to Muse as I head down and turn off the lights. But as I turn off my music and get ready to get changed, the uneasiness sets in. Remember the box with the eye from my first post? Well, I sure did in that moment. That box disappeared a few months back, and I totally forgot about it. But I don't think the store did. Right where the box was, I saw a crack on the wall. I don't remember that crack being there, but to be fair, there used to be a box in front of it. Right before I really look at the crack, the phone rings. Who the fuck calls Chipotle at 12:40? Scared the shit out of me. It's the guy who just left. He forgot his charger. I told him he's an idiot and to tell me where it is and meet me at the back door. I ain't unlocking the front. So as I hand him the charger, I can't help but look up right at the moon. First time seeing it tonight and it's full. As I walk back down the stairs to the storage room, it sets in. It's a full moon. I started getting changed and my brain is drawn to the crack again. I didn't see an eye coming out of the wall, but I swear to God, I felt something watching me and coming out of that crack. I immediately grabbed my bike and slammed the door without looking back and tried to set the alarm, which wasn't fucking working. The alarm always works unless the door is open or something is setting off a motion sensor in the restaurant. So I said fucking and bolted out the back door with my bike. I headed down to the corner and down the street, instead of cutting through the parking lot as usual. I couldn't stop looking at the restaurant, dark and quiet but full of malice and reaching out towards me. I went down to the corner and kept going until I cleared the shopping centre and got down to the next block before I felt safe. I just got home and needed to talk about this because holy shit, I hate this place. I work as a service manager at a Chipotle that is rather understaffed. As the manager, I'm the last one out, and due to staffing, it's usually pretty late. To make matters worse, I commute by bike, so I like to get changed when I finish all my work. This means I'm usually alone for 15 or more minutes in the basement of a strip mall, well after everyone else has gone, from the entire area. Because of this, I've heard strange noises and felt presences behind me, and others have even mentioned being pushed down the stairs or reporting things being thrown down. We have cameras that look down the staircase, and trust me, it's pretty weird to watch happen. But the worst was that one night I was here alone until 2 a.m. doing a full inventory. The last employee left at 12:45. The building was locked down and there was not another single person in the entire strip. But by 1:15 I heard a man and a woman arguing. The sounds were coming from the solid concrete walls. Around 1:30 I heard breathing coming towards me, so I slammed the office door shut. That didn't stop the breath from coming up to my neck. I could feel pressure on my shoulders. That subsided by 1:50. At 2:10, I was getting changed in the storage room and took my bike out to set the alarm. The second I set the alarm, I hear the sounds of stomping boots running through the kitchen towards the back door, where I was currently in the process of getting the fuck out. I never left the building so fast. So I've talked before about how my job is haunted, and I've had another experience tonight, but it actually reminded me of something I want to talk about more. See, tonight my employees all had to leave by 10:30, and we were short-staffed, so I had to finish the cleaning and paperwork. I was finishing up as midnight rolled around, and exactly as the clock hit 12, it seemed as if whatever is there in the store decided, get out or I'll kill you. Because suddenly I just felt an overwhelming sense of danger and rushed out of the restaurant. This isn't a feeling I've gotten more than once before, and never from anything I can actually observe. The other experience happening on Thanksgiving 2019. Me and my fiance had moved into our apartment that summer, and we were now living in a different town. So when we left to go to her uncle's house, we ended up going through some places we've never been. Their house was a fair bit away, and my fiance didn't feel comfortable driving on highways, so we were taking residential routes. I'll never forget, it was between 4 and 5 p.m. as we entered this neighbourhood. The second we crossed the threshold, my eyes started to tear up, and I sank into my seat on instinct. I said, without even processing it, something is wrong. Something is watching us. My fiance was concerned, but she focused on her driving, and we just kept going. We were in that neighbourhood for about 7 minutes, and the whole time, that feeling remained. I have no idea what it was that was hunting us. I kept scanning rooftops, looking behind us, scanning everywhere around, and I saw nothing. Every car was parked. Not a single living thing was around, not a bird, squirrel, or person. It was so dead, and that sense of being hunted remained. Finally, we reached the other side, and the second we left, it felt like a weight off my chest. To this day, I still have no idea what made me feel that way, and I honestly try to forget it because it was so horrifying. But tonight I felt it again, and I bolted like a bat out of hell. I was at my in-laws' house, alone, for a few hours doing laundry. Beautiful, clear day outside. All of a sudden, I heard an adult male voice exclaim, "Oh shit," in an angry tone, almost like someone had stubbed their toe. The thing is, there was no substance to the voice. Like if somebody were to call out that loudly, you can sort of feel or tell where it's coming from, or there would be an echo. I couldn't tell where exactly the sound was coming from, but it sounded like it was off in the distance or downstairs. No echo. It was just very flat and strange. I had been very obviously there for at least 2 hours at that point, and wearing combat boots, so if someone had been downstairs, they would have easily heard me clomping around long before then. That was not my first weird encounter at this house. Previously, I had a closet door slam on my back a different time I was there alone a few months ago. This time, I thought I was hearing things, except I heard it clear as day, and it was pretty loud. I sternly replied, "Get the fuck out, and don't fucking swear in my house." and opened the front door hoping it would leave. I sat outside on the steps for a moment and waited, called my boyfriend in a panic, and decided I was going to stop with the laundry and just grab my things and leave. Just in case someone had broken into the house and was in the basement where the voice may have come from. I closed the door, took a few steps over to my bag, and as soon as I had my hand on my purse, there was a loud crash from directly beneath me in the basement. It shook the floor, and the whole house like a large piece of furniture had tipped over. I ran out of the house and took off in my car, leaving the laundry. My boyfriend has had strange experiences over the years in that house, the house that he grew up in, but he's numb to it, so I don't think whatever it is targets him anymore, because he can ignore it. I don't have a ton of experience with paranormal, although I do believe there was a ghost in a condo we used to live in. Things would be moved around, and my hair would get pulled on several occasions. I think whatever that spirit was just trying to get a rise out of me. That was years ago, and I haven't had any weird experiences after leaving that apartment. This time felt different. I felt vulnerable, like I was in danger if I stayed. In June of 2019, me and a friend had decided with our girlfriends that we were going to go camping. It's the day of, and we're packing our shit in the car. We finally get all our stuff loaded and get in the car and put the address in the GPS. We set off on the trip, and after 3 hours of driving and 45 minutes of hearing my friend and his girl argue, we finally arrive. We get out of the car, and me and my friend begin unloading. After getting my stuff, I began getting my girlfriend's stuff. As I was, my friend was asking his girlfriend why she needed 3 bags for a one-night camping trip. She smiled and opened one of them, and it had an ounce of weed, pre-rolls, and other goodies. The 2 other bags had her favourite snacks and clothes. Now knowing we had weed, we had to find a place to camp that wasn't near other people. It took until sundown, but we found a perfect spot. We decided that after we got everything taken care of, we should eat hot dogs and smoke a blunt. We started to build a campfire to light the area so we could set up our tents, but we ran out of wood in the immediate area. I said I'd go get some, while my friends stayed with the girls. I set off on my journey, and after about 2 minutes, I found some sticks to use. I start picking up sticks, and all of a sudden, I felt someone grab my wrist. I looked up to see a man with a blank expression. For a man, he had surprisingly long fingernails. He was digging them into my wrist, while trying to grab my other wrist. I turned my head to not see his face, and screamed for help, and my friends shouted a response, saying they were coming. After they shouted, I immediately felt relief in my wrist. I wasn't struggling to keep my arms down, so I turned, and the man wasn't there anymore. I turned and ran as fast as I could, terrified. I met my friends and said we had to leave immediately. I didn't even explain myself, I just wanted gone. We loaded our stuff up and took the long walk back. We get to the car and load our bags into it. I explained what happened as we were walking back, and it scared them enough to make them want to hustle. I had a picture of my wrist immediately after, but my iPhone broke, and my iCloud wasn't backed up, so I lost the picture. I do have a picture of it now though. It has since then become a scar, which shows just how much force we put into it. It was Thanksgiving 2019. My family was holding Thanksgiving dinner at my grandma's sister's house. She'd just moved to Oklahoma, so my grandma wanted us to spend Thanksgiving with her. When we got there were a few others, but we still had to wait for the rest to show up. So in the meantime, we just did whatever. My grandma's sister breeds Pomeranians for a living, so her house is basically a Pomeranian farm. Me and my brother wanted to check the puppies out, and we needed to pass the time, so that's what we did. She had 2 large pens outside and a pen in her garage to keep the newborn puppies and their mothers in until they were ready to be sent outside. It was pretty wet outside, so I opted out of going outside in the mud while wearing white shoes. We made our way to the garage, and when we came in, There was an older man sitting in a recliner watching the puppies. I know it's bizarre to just have a recliner sitting around in your garage, but it's what she sits in while she worms puppies. There's always a lot of them, so she likes to be comfortable while doing it. We told him hi and introduced ourselves. He introduced himself as Dean, and he said he was my grandma's sister's husband. We kept chatting for about 30 minutes, then left. When we went back into the kitchen to see their progress, they were setting the table. They called for everyone to come to the table. I went back to the garage to get Dean, but he wasn't there. I went back to the kitchen and told my grandma that I went to get Dean, but he wasn't in the garage like I last saw him. She responded with, "Huh?" I repeated myself, and she said that Thanksgiving isn't the day to make those kind of jokes. I was confused and told her that I wasn't making any jokes, and she said he was in there earlier. She looked at me in the eyes and said, "Dean has been dead for 5 months." It wasn't brought up at dinner for obvious reasons, but I told my brother later that night when we got home about what Grandma said. I've been back to her house numerous times since then, and every time I go into that garage, all I can think of is that 30-minute conversation. My brother refuses to go back into that garage. When I was 18, my mum had started a business making t-shirts to make some side money to go on a trip for the coming summer. One night, we were at my grandma's house visiting him, and he was scheduled for a surgery the next morning and he needed to be driven to the hospital. My mum had a few shirts she needed to finish, so she brought all of her equipment with her and had set up shop in the kitchen. After a while, she had finished the shirts and laid them all out on the table and began taking pictures of them to post on Facebook. She had taken burst photos of them and started to look through the pictures to find the best one to post. As she was looking, she kind of just froze. My sister, who was talking to her at the time, asked her what was wrong. My mum looked at us and then showed us one of the pictures, with her hand shaking. She pointed to the background of the picture. There, in the background, was my grandma standing at the stove, as if she was cooking just another of her amazing meals. I was surprised. My grandma had died 3 years earlier. After looking at it longer, she was kind of tearing up. She spoke up and said, "I need to share this." It was at that exact moment that her phone shut off. It didn't die, it shut off. When she turned it back on, the picture was gone. I've had a number of paranormal experiences, but this one baffles me. The picture isn't even the thing that keeps me baffled. It's the fact that after her phone turned off, the picture just disappeared. I live in a small town in Oklahoma that's located about an hour south of OKC. In my town, there's a Baptist church that pretty much everyone in the town goes to if they're religious. Although I am religious, I've never really gone to church much. If I did, I'd go there. The first time I attended the church was on my 7th birthday. I went with my friend because I was celebrating the day with him, but his family wanted to attend church first. I actually really enjoyed the youth class. All my friends were there, so we goofed off more than we learned, so that made it appealing enough to want to go back a dozen or so times. When I attended the church, the preacher was a very kind old man who always knew how to make you smile. He used to call me Red because one time he challenged all the boys to eat a small jalapeno for $10. I ate it, and he said my face was so red he could mistake me for the Kool-Aid man. Whenever he'd see me come to church, he'd say, "How's it hanging, Red?" And when I would leave, he'd say, "Stay cool, Red." I came to become one of his favourite children in the youth group, and I grew to really admire him. So 7 years ago, I was saddened when I found out that he'd died. I was 13 at the time, and was at the basketball game when a friend who went to the youth camp with me said that he died in the night before from old age, and the church was going to hold a dinner to honour his life that Sunday night, and asked if I wanted to go. I told him yes. We get to the church, and there were cars filling up the parking lot and lining the street. The place was so packed, they had to move tables outside. We went inside to find our other friends, when one of the old ladies pulled my friend to the side. She asked my friend if he could go buy more ice and drinks and gave him some money. He said he'd be happy to, and left. I decided to stay to see if I could be of any service, and they were still setting up for the unexpected amount of people. After a few cups of tea and a lot of Dr. Pepper hours earlier, I had to use the restroom. I made my way to the restroom, only to find it occupied. I asked one of the church leaders if I could use the one in the nursery, and they said it was in use too, and to go ahead and use the bathroom in the preacher's office. I hustled my way there, and made it there right when it felt like my bladder was about to explode. I get done, and I start washing my hands, and I hear the door to the office open and close. I dry off my hands, and open the door to see no one in the room. My immediate thought was just someone checking to see if anyone was in the office. I made my way to the door, and when I was walking out the office, I heard clear as day, "Stay cool, Red." I was laying in bed, watching Breaking Bad, when my friend texted me, asking if I wanted to hang out and go take some pictures. I had nothing else to do, and I was tired of watching TV, so I told him to let me get dressed first, and he could come pick me up. Once he picked me up, we began discussing where we should go to take the pictures. We decided on going to a park that had some really nice scenery and plenty of spots for good pictures. After 45 minutes of walking around the park and taking pictures, the sun was beginning to set, so we decided to go home. So we're driving home, and my friend is telling me about some dude he knows that has started making music, and he wants to show me some of his songs. He puts a song on, then puts his phone in the cup holder next to him. We hit a bump in the road, and his phone popped out and landed on the floor. He reached down to get it and couldn't immediately find it, so he was digging around, not paying attention to the road at all. So I turned to look at it for him. That's when my stomach sank, and I screamed his name and told him to swerve. He quickly looked at the road, but by then it was too late. A man was standing in the road, literally just standing. It seemed incredibly stupid to me at the time, but I had more important things to worry about. We both immediately hopped out to go see if he was okay. But when we went to the front of the car, there was nothing. The car wasn't even damaged, no blood, no nothing. We looked around to see if he possibly got sent flying. It was level ground and there was no trees around, so it wasn't hard to get a good look around the area, despite it getting darker. Obviously frightened at the thought of us running over a potential vengeful spirit, we got back in the car and dashed. I live in Oklahoma. One day, my friend sent me a snap asking if I wanted to go fishing with him later that day. I had nothing else to do, and I love to fish, so I accepted the offer. After a couple of hours, I got my tackle box and fishing pole and began making my way to his house. Once I arrived, he was already outside, gassing up the four-wheelers. After he finished, we hopped on them and begun making our way to his pond. The pond is about 5 acres away from his house, and we weren't trying to walk all that distance. We pull up to the pond and begin unloading our things, and picked up the small rowboat he keeps by the pond and put it in the water. We'd been out for about 4 hours, but we had a great day and caught a lot of fish. We decided to stay for a bit longer to try and catch some more. Luckily, our lazy asses had brought the four-wheelers because the sun had already pretty much set, so we turned on the spotlights to see better. To pass some time, we played some poker until we got a bite. About 15 minutes into our match, the water began to splash and the line on my friend's pole was being pulled. We both excitedly looked over, just to be horrified by the sight of an Indian man standing above the water. It was so unexpected that it scared the absolute shit out of us, causing us to tip the boat over. We disregarded the boat and swam back to the four-wheelers and left as soon as possible. When we got back to the house, we told his parents what we'd seen. His mum just shook his head, and his dad laughed. We more or less took that as a sign to fuck off and not to fish there again. Fast forward to my fire team taking up this haunted school less than a mile away down the road. I get amped up and persuade the FSC to let us off site to go to the school. He let us go since he felt it was necessary to see the place. So we prepare the trip by ensuring all our NVGs, thermals and our flashlights were highly operational because someone said ghosts drain batteries. Hop in the truck and make our way. The first thing we noticed upon approaching this old decrepit school was that something from the deep dark was absolutely screeching at us, so loudly that it almost didn't seem real. Turns out it was an owl in a pipe that was projecting a screech. My fire team partner, Saldivar, points out that owls are bad omen in his religion. Crap. The only entrance point is the front door that's been busted wide open from all the storms. We enter into the main hallway, long, dark, dank, but definitely not alone. Immediately in front of us is the auditorium. Had a bloody owl shredded to bits in the direct centre. The four of us are huddled together when my fire team leader, Curtis, sees something run out from the auditorium that we were standing in and ran down the hallway. Like a shadow, is what I remember him saying. We walk down to the end of that terrifying hallway and come to the entrance to the notorious basement. Walking through, I continually looked over my shoulder because something kept touching my neck softly. My spine is shivering cold, my entire body hot as fire. It made no sense at all. Blood is scribbled poorly on the walls, spelling out the phrase, "Get out." Well, okay then. I try to act like this isn't terrifying and tell the boys to head up. We get back up to the top and lo and behold, there's a giant opened maintenance shaft in the wall right at the entrance to the basement. That wasn't open. Walk back to entry of the hallway and attempt to turn on devices we had. NVGs were at low battery. What? This is where it gets weird. We're in a line formation, basically four dudes crapping their pants in a row, staring off into this dark, horrifying long hallway. We get the thermals up, and basically we make out these two tiny glowing balls that are basically at the end of the hallway, just intertwining with one another. We pass the thermals back and forth, debating whether it's a spirit or dust picking up low light, and we conclude that it is not dust, as we could clearly see dust around these glowing balls. The glowing balls stop moving and stand still all of a sudden. Thermals die, NVGs die, and from the deepest part of the hallway, a ceramic plate flies straight at us and shatters loudly at our feet. We panic, and in the confusion we separate. I bolt straight through what's left of the door, tearing it off the wall, and one of the other two guys, Saldivar, went to the auditorium. Bad idea. He doesn't come out for a solid 2 minutes of terror. We all link up and absolutely sprint back to our driver, who was patiently waiting in the truck, and tell him to floor it. We're hyperventilating and can't process the feeling of terror we just encountered. Approaching the gate to Golf 1, and the radio starts acting up, changing dial to a static station and then cranking itself to the max. Now I feel that I'm a calm person and a rational human being, but I falcon punched that radio so hard it broke. We get into the station and tell the FSC what went down. He notices that our gunner Saldivar is acting weird and quiet. We calm down and try to settle for the rest for our long 14-hour shifts in the morning. After an hour, we all notice that Saldivar's strangeness is now concerning. He was staring at a blank wall for more than an hour of muttering. We went up to the FSC desk and brought the concerns to him. I tell him that I'm not a religious man, but I think we desperately need to pray with him now, and that I think that he's going to harm himself. Saldivar's a great happy dude. We know it was the spirit. We walk out past two secured doors, two separate rooms, to see Saldivar slowly turn his head from the blank wall, smile and say, "I don't want you to pray for me and I'm not going to harm myself." I pooped my pants right there. This was not my friend, and it's not humanly possible to have heard our conversation. We get an alarm activation at one of our sites, always a rabbit or something, and I'm seriously worried. It's a long drive to the site, so I'm just drilling him with questions about what's going on, mostly met with hostility. While on site, I conduct the exterior walk around, and this is where Saldivar, who's been watching us off site at the HMVV with the thermals, yells at me to stop walking. That's when he tells me that there had been a red figure following over me. Just a heads up, thermals don't pick up anything other than black and white. Alarm gets cleared and we head back. Saldivar snaps back into his muttering again. This continues until I get so uncomfortable that I pull the HMV over and get out to talk. As soon as we get face to face and I put my hand on him and he has no recollection of any of the crazy shit he's been spewing off, shakes it off, and for the rest of the night we press. Finish shift, rack out. Woken up to Saldivar complaining about someone going in his room and trashing it, and then beating the crap out of his back. Sure enough, his room is trashed, with the 3 other mattresses all over and stuff just wrecked. Lift his shirt, and yep, the guy's got some serious markings on his back. We were just nuke cops, but we could tell that these were not self-inflicted. In the middle of the town of Strasburg, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, lies one of its biggest homes, the Gondor Mansion. With its twin-turreted Queen Anne style of architecture, it's a sight there you cannot go past without noticing. With a stone wall surrounding it that touches right where the sidewalk starts, it's on the list of walking ghost tours, all because of a resident female ghost. During the construction of the mansion, there was a family who lived across the street, with the head of the house being Benjamin. Most called him BB. He would live in that house watching the very progress of the mansion being built, along with his wife Mary, 2 children, and his sister named Annie. They all were known as the Gondor family, where the name derives from. The mansion one day was finally completed in March 1905. The family took no time and moved in as quickly as they could. What Annie didn't know until then was that Annie would not be allowed to live in the house, since it was rumoured that Annie was simply minded and very odd. BB's wife thought she was a huge embarrassment to the family and ordered she not be allowed into the house. Annie had a knack of weird behaviour, to laugh very loudly and in an odd way, to what males she found attractive had to say, even if it wasn't speech she would laugh at. One day there was a rumour there was a fight between BB and Annie, or others said it was Annie and Mary, which ended up in the result of Annie being disowned from the family. Mary wanted nothing to do with Annie at all, and some thought it was because Mary didn't think her personality fit into their societal stature. Annie was then forced to live in the home they had across the street, since BB was kind enough to let her sister have it. Annie was sad, struggling to realise why her family abandoned her, and why she was rejected into living with them. People would say they would often see her strung at the beautiful estate every day for hours. The more she looked, the more she began to see faces within the stucco and between the windows of the mansion. There were 3 she could pick out, 2 smiling, and one that always had a slight frown. She came to believe that this frowning face was made by Mary to mock Annie, and Annie swore her revenge on Mary for that. On March 16th, 1916, BB died, only after staying 11 years in the house by heart attack. This even put more depression onto Annie, since she still dearly loved her brother. The sadness eventually got the best of her 2 years later, and she left Strasbourg on May 28, 1918. She was then eventually discovered to have drowned herself in the Peaky Creek, which rumours I have been told were out near the section of Kendig Run in the Peaky Creek. Even in death, the family mocked Annie through putting even more of a sudden part to this tale. Out in the Strasbourg cemetery, you can find Annie's tombstone with the family, but not as in the fashion most families would. Annie's stone is put to the far left of the family, with a big gap and face away from the Gondor family, as a last way Mary would show how much of an embarrassment she was. That isn't where the story ends though, not even close. Very shortly after Annie's death, only men would ever report hearing laughter from a woman inside the Gondor mansion, even if there was no female present in the house all day. Some people have even reported seeing a ghostly image of a woman walking in the house while inside. Even creepier, legends that I'm told from locals is if you walk or drive by the house day or night, you can see Annie's ghostly face staring right back at you, or even towards the old house she used to stay in when staring at the mansion. Maybe even in a way to finally show she got her revenge on Mary, by showing that she finally was able to get and live in the mansion she was barred from living in. Others tell legends the reason why Annie spends her afterlife there to haunt the mansion that she was forbidden to live in, so she could finally find peace in the family manor. But having her laugh only heard by men, so Mary doesn't find out she finally gained entrance to the house. Beware though, it's been said that there have been 5 men who have died in the house, including BB. Some say it's because Annie might still be looking for a male companion after all these years. So this happened to me when I was about 5 years old, so kindergarten. I used to live in an old town that had a population of about 265 residents, all French-speaking community, and my family wasn't. We moved into this house and it was a very dark house with not many windows and a cheesy pink cross on the garage. Many things happened in this house. This is just one story. I was a little kid just hanging out in the basement shortly after we'd moved in, and I was sitting on the only big chair I had of my own in the basement. As a kid, I was totally stoked to have the entire basement to myself. It was completely finished. As I was sitting on this chair, I had a bottle I was blowing over the top to teach you how to whistle, so I was practicing. I suddenly had a shadow fall over me, and I started to talk to whomever was standing behind me, thinking it was my dad. "Hey Dad, look, I can do it. I can whistle, toot toot." Whoever it was suddenly grabbed my shoulder at first. It was just a hand. Soon it was a lot of pressure to the point I winced and screamed out, "Hey, that really hurts." I turned around at this point. There's nobody there. I'm quite freaked out at this point, so I call out to see if my mum is in the laundry room. No answer. I bolt upstairs and my mum was in the kitchen. I ask her if somehow she came downstairs and grabbed my shoulder and magically made it upstairs in a flash. She said no. I told her what happened and she kind of didn't believe me at first. Then I moved my shirt. And clear as day, there were fingerprints on my shoulder and a bruise was left behind. This is just one of many incidents that happened in this house.